Hello, everyone! Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. How's everyone doing today? A little later than we usually would be getting things going today, but that's all right. We're just adjusting to a new life schedule is all. That, and Bronx is still transitioning into her original food. We're trying to wean her off of the special diet they had her on, and she's not a big fan of that. Really spoiled her with this expensive specialty canned dog food they've had her on. Not really eager to return to the kibble, but... Hello, Frag. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good. How about you, Q? And hello to everyone else who is here with us right now. We've got Taco Society, we've got Soulstone. How's it going, Soul? Hope your day started off a little better today than yesterday. I know yesterday was a bit of a rocky start. And we've got Nexus and Katie. It's good to see everyone. It feels like this month went by really fast. Of course, maybe that's just because I've been doing frag.exe has stopped working, shutting down. But now it's probably just because of all the chaos of the dog situation and the moth situation. Although I've got good news on that front. I've only had to kill about 4 moths today, which is less than I've ever had to kill since the problem began. I am no longer seeing the bastards crawling on every inch of the walls. Train dog to eat moth. Yeah, I would, except that's what made dogs sick. But don't worry, the cats have been trying their best. At least Boko has. I don't actually know if the moths are what made Bronx sick. Everything that I read said that they can't, that they're generally considered non-toxic and won't cause anything other than maybe like some irritable bowel, which is what she was going through, but to the extent that she was going through, I don't think was just the moths doing. I'm not sure. But she is feeling a little better. I'm hoping that it's not going to be her food that's the root of the problem. But we will find out once she is fully back on her regular diet. Hey, Captain Nova. Looks like our Spotify is going to cooperate today and will be updating. But if it does stop, don't hesitate to let me know. Sometimes I just need to like pull the window back up so it registers that's what it's connecting to. All right. So today we are going to be working on Smoon once again. And I'm kind of a little bit nervous about it, to be honest, because we're moving past the parts that I was prepared for and that I was pretty confident of what I was doing, and now we're going into Eclipse territory. And I don't really know what I'm going to do for that just yet, but we'll figure it out. I'm also thinking about adding another gradient to our bottom half of our ribbons here. They feel kind of like they've fallen flat. I did decide I want to relocate them because based off of his actual model, I have both of the ribbons starting at the same point here, and then they split into like a V shape, like an upside down V. And I thought that would look better aesthetically, because in 2D it does. It hides the tangents a lot better. It kind of like forces them into a single point as opposed to 2 linear points hanging off of the arm. But when it comes to the 3D model aspect of it, I've realized that I don't like the way that gravity affects them when they're this close together. So I think what we're going to do is just kind of set it up more like his actual model, where instead of them facing outwards this way, we will turn them 90 degrees so that the in-cut part will be facing us from the front. And instead of them being at this one pivotal point in the center, they will actually hang from each side of the outer portions of the arm, almost like they're draped over it. So we'll need to play with the weight painting on that a little bit. I don't know if we're going to get to that portion today. What I really want to do is focus on cleaning up the additional details. So I know we've got like a small spot we need to add here on his forearm. And I also want to play around with adding a darker shade to the edges of our sun rays. And I don't think there's anything else really that we have to be too concerned about, at least on sun. Moon might be another situation. And Eclipse, he's his own problems. But we're in a pretty good spot with it. Doing okay myself, played some more Pal World, applied to some jobs, and started rewatching something I grew up with, being the Sonic shorts. Hold on, I gotta turn our music down just a little bit for me. Let me know if it's too loud for you guys. I messed around with my mixers a little bit because I noticed in the clips from yesterday, I was very, very quiet compared to Rosie and Spooka, who may still be joining us later on in the day. Not sure when or if they'll be around, but they are more than welcome to pop in if they feel like it. So I might sound a little different if that's the case, and it's bad, let me know. Acquired a new character today. What kind of character? And before I get into doing the details on those arms, I think let's play with the sun rays a bit. Wait! Hello, Katie! Give me a second, I'll grab them and post them in show and tell. Alrighty. There we go. I didn't have the show and tell tab opened up, but I do now. That way I'll be able to see, hopefully. And actually, I can have streamer mode off for the time being so I can actually see alerts for things. All right. So I do apologize. I'm going to be jumping all over the place with this today. We're going to go back and forth between Blender and Psy repeatedly because this is all a lot of just touching up and changing and throwing around different ideas and whatnot. We're in that experimental stage. So let me go ahead and open up our texture in Psy for the sun rays. I want to play around with those. See if I like changing that outer edge or not. Beforehand, though, we need to figure out what part of the UV that outer edge is. So we'll just grab it real quick. And hopefully it is overlapped the same on all of them. Go back over into our UV editing tab. Okay, and it is both the top and the bottom. Hi, Sleepy. Hello, Koi. Sorry, I did butcher that one, but thank you for the lurk. We've shown the character. Let's see. Ooh! They are very vivid. I like that, though. And a ram. I love rams. I feel like rams are a very underrated species. That's a really, really cool design. It reminds me of the not FNAF. What was it? NFT scam that went around, Candyland or some shit like that. Oh, it's not a ram? What is it? Does it say? I just saw the ears and the horns and assumed. Ah, well, if you can hear that delightful coughing sound, that is my dog. It's a crypt, which is one of those closed species. Huh. I can't say that I've heard of them. Nor do I really recognize what makes it a closed species other than saying so. I guess I'm trying to understand here, like, what separates this from just being an anthropomorphic animatronic to make it a closed species. It's wearing a mask. Do they have, like, a species information thing anywhere? I'm asking genuinely. I'm sorry if my tone comes off as critical. I can fully respect your distaste for Christmas shopping. But are you really sure you don't want to see my mascot dressed up like Santa Claus so he can deliver 2 presents in work print form? I absolutely would love to see that, Lewis. The only reason I don't like Christmas shopping is because people are hard to shop for. But I love the whimsy of Christmas. I prefer to use the phrase candle nights. It's something from, again, a podcast that I listen to called My Brother, and Me. They refer to the winter holiday as candle nights, which is, I believe they call it a pan-galactic, pansexual, pan-perfect pizza holiday for all or something like that. They do. I'm currently searching for the one I made and can also grab the species info. Thank you, Q. I would love to see more. Just cash, no gift cards, just bills. Yeah, that's certainly what Christmas feels like as an adult. A lot of the magic just kind of fades out. I would like to try and do something Christmassy this year. I feel like I haven't truly celebrated it in a long time. All right, while I'm waiting on that, I'm going to go ahead and throw on a darker shade here, just to see how we feel about these. What if we set this to multiply? I think that would probably be better. We'll do a 20% multiply first. Oh, hi, Zatani. I also forgot to say hi. Oh, crap. I forgot we changed the dinosaurs yesterday, so you guys have a different spawn point. I was wondering what all those eggs were doing over there. Hold on, let's get our ladders back up. And let's fix our spawn zone. I say that immediately as a little blue egg finds its way into our assortment. You there. Let's get all you little eggs up here. Did you all choose to be roughly the same color? Because you know you can change the color of your eggs, right? I'm not judging. Ah, Taku! No! You guys just really like the color red. And hello, Kirk! How are you? Hot. I'm very much ready for the fall weather. But aside from that, I'm doing quite well. How are you, Kirk? Sounds good. He'll be putting you and Popple on the nice list. Aw, thank you. Okay. Let's take a look at these creatures that Q has shared with us. Okay, so are they kind of like an amalgamous sort of species? Like, sent from... Oh. They're meant to be an eldritch nightmare creature that feast on human flesh and souls. Okay, so it's kind of like a Ghost in the Machine sort of situation? I get very edgy DeviantArt OC vibes from them myself. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what the entirety of Has-Been ended up being. Headache earlier, but I'm all right now. That's good to hear that it went away. Sometimes caffeine can help with that. Funny thoughts, I haven't played Left 4 Dead 2 yesterday because I was enjoying your stream. I'm excited to play Left 4 Dead 2 again. It's been a hot minute since I last played. We'll probably do that off and on throughout October. I do warn, though, I'm a terrible shot. They're meant to be like, they're what lies hidden in the dark. Oh, okay. I like that a lot more. When you said it was a closed species, I just assumed that it was like somebody trying to gatekeep animatronics, which I was not going to be super supportive of, not to... But no, that's a much more unique kind of creature. I like that. That's very cool. Just took a nap and drank a fuck ton of water. That'll do it too. Very professional shooter game. Not really. I don't know. I've seen some of my friends who are just casual gamers play shooters and like, woof. I just do not have the hand-eye coordination for it. I spent all those skill points in art. Got the WoW Event Legion remix to play here in October. Ooh. All right. So real quick over what I did on the other tab is I just did a multiply layer of another shade of orange on top. And I'm going to refresh it real quick and see if I like the visible edges or not. It does definitely add a layer of depth that he didn't have before. I don't know if I should try and go a little darker with it or... Let's try it. Let's go a little darker. Let's do a 30% multiply. I don't know. What do you guys think of that? I'm kind of torn. I'm not sure how I feel. This is also not the natural position that they'll be in either. This is their resting position. They're supposed to be tilted a little bit. I think I do actually like that. Gonna play Left 4 Dead. That holds a high bar in the games industry as far as co-op games for a good reason. Oh yeah. No, I didn't know that they had spent so much of their time on that game just meticulously designing the way that the zombies die. Like, that in itself adds almost all of the fun to the game. I really don't feel like you can ever have the same experience twice with that game just because of how in-depth the coding and everything is for it. I mean, it came out when? Like, fucking 20 years ago at this point? Probably not that long. Let me look it up. '16. I was closer than I realized. Wait. Big stretch already. Big stretch. Oh, I booped my dog. You can tell that I was in the middle of my Legend of Zelda era when I was making my crypt. Also, may I request the uppies? You absolutely can. Yep. Sometimes I asked a friend to play Left 4 Dead together, but it's a busy day for them. It's okay though, just have fun on solo, mess around with the mods, and admin commands. Looks good. It just looks just like the game. Or a game. Thank you. That's what I'm aiming for. Just now got an email from Twitch that they are finally adding a rewind feature to the midstream. Good! I don't know why that's not an option to begin with. I get that it's live, but, like, it's actively being VODed, if that's even a proper term. There's so many clips that I've missed just because I was, like, 5 seconds off and I couldn't rewind it enough to take the clip. Alright, I do like that much better. So we'll have to do that on Smoon's side and Eclipse. Another thing that I was considering doing is adding a little bit more to our shiny yellow part here on the pants. I kind of want that to look more like gold. I have thoughts on how we can go about doing that, but let's carry over this first to Mooney. Ah, already? We just got here!
Selfish Kaiju has raided the channel with 2 eggs.
Welcome, Selfish. How was your stream? Let's get you a little shout out there. What were you doing today? Oh gosh, there's eggs everywhere now. Let's get you guys back up here. Welcome, everyone. I don't know who just dive-bombed off the tablet then. Who was that? That was Kofi Bot. Is anybody stuck? You two might be stuck. No, you're good. You had so many raids yesterday, Frag. I barely get raids. It's only on, like, the Wednesday nights when I'm streaming later than my usual time. And it's because usually in whatever tab that I'm in, other people are ending their streams, and they're just kind of in that moment of, like, panic, I need to throw people somewhere, I don't know what to do. Oh, here, colors! So I'll get, like a half dozen people will show up all at once at the end, like, an hour after my usual end time. It's funny because I actually I was thinking about redoing my UI recently. You were the only one on my list who is streaming. Yeah, exactly, see? Frag peacocking. But no, this was a bought asset pack originally, and I was thinking I'm probably gonna redo it fairly soonish, just not like overhaul everything, but I'd like to make my own assets for it. Like my own little windows with the X out, minimize, full screen button, and just kind of put my own custom taste on all of it. I have a solid idea of what I want. I just want to tweak it now to be more me. What were we doing? Oh, right. Moon. So we did a 50%, no, we did a 30% overlay. We're going to do the same thing to Moon. Because Moon also still has the same exact parts as Sun, with the exception of the pants. He does have different pants. And he also has, you know, the hat, which Sun does not have. And we set that to multiply. Let's see how that looks. Take my time personally, and I go for streamers who I follow, who are live, or I think are cool and want to share my audience with. Yeah! That's the fun of it. I really enjoy raiding out to people because it gives me an opportunity to interact with some streamers that I like.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Q. I did just save. Did you hear about the new Peak update? It's known as the Dilly Dally update. It adds stuff for you to do in the airport, as well as a new achievement for clearing the airline without taking more than 20 cold damage. Huh. I've been wanting to play Peak again. We've just been too busy lately. We are going to replace this image with moons. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Still works though. Alright, replace it again with suns, because I realized that that was the wrong thing to do. need to be able to host games like Among Us with a code people can join. Yeah, I think that would make it a little easier. They seem to have some kind of issue still with the join problem. Here, we'll switch to Moon. And do we still have the ability to fold out Moon's sun rays? Kind of. Oh, yeah, okay. People can be goblin. All I know is that I really want to add the Everest mod the next time I play it, because it shows you where others are, or others who have the mod have perished on their journey to the peak. It's Sonic the Hedgehog animatronic? What? Oh, the Blu-ray, I see. He's doing his best Sonic impersonation. Really didn't want to do a whole lot of contour painting. Part of me feels like I should do a little bit here on these creases, but maybe our shader will take care of that. Because you can't see the folds in the pants here with Moon. Like, there's all these nice puckers in it. And the diffuse shading just kind of bleh. But maybe we can fix that. I have to have faith. Oh, what happened there? Moon? The fuck happened to your shoe? When did that happen? A while ago, apparently. Hold on. Let's find an older version. See if we can restore it. Yep. All good on Sun. So we will reopen. I think for the most part we're done with this one. We'll touch back on this one in a minute. Gotta go fast and be the first one to huff the latest delivery of glitter glue. He's a glitter glue connoisseur. Thank you, baby. We'll come back to that. We want you. And we're just gonna flatten this one, honestly. Because I think I just want to steal the shoes. Drop them over here on top of moons. There we go. Perfect. Save it flat once more. First huff of a freshly opened bottle is the most flavorful. It's when you get the most glitter in your nostrils. Oh, whoops. I forgot to update Popple's DVD background earlier. Every single time I open up OBS, I have to reset it because for some reason it just loses him. So 1 second, let me fix that. Here, let me do it so that you guys can see it live. There he goes. All right. What's the best glitter glue flavor? Back to the 80s. I really want to see someone draw Sun doing glitter glue like it's a hardcore subset. Just like smoking a line or snuffing a line of glitter glue. He's trapped. He is. He's always going to be trapped. This is his home now. I wonder if Popple ever gets horrified by the amount of Popples that exist in the world now. Like, he's always having to look at himself. There we go. Fix those shoes. That was so loud! I've been messing with my mixers a bit in hopes of fixing the audio balance issues. So I'm a little unprepared for how loud some of these may end up being. Alright. Part of me feels like we need more of a gradient on the hat and the pants for Moon. But I remember what a bitch that was to do, and I really just don't want to fuck with it much more. So I guess we have to copy over our ribbons to Sun, because our body currently is Sun, but our ribbons are not. Sun has all red, Moon has red and blue, and I forget which ones Eclipse has. Scared the shit out of me there. Welcome to my world. Alright, so what we want to do is copy over everything that we have for the ribbons on Moon. And just as a precautionary, let's just go ahead and flatten everything. We'll take you, I'll take you, you, and you. Oh. Hold on. Why are you not taking all of you? And is that it? Let's put you both in the center and see. Ah, our bells are messed up on Moon still. But aside from that, unflatten everything. I thought we fixed that already. Oh, we did. I just had the layer turned off. All right, resave this for Smoon. Or Moon. I'm getting their names all mixed up now. Thank you for this information, Frag. I promise to use this information appropriately when you least suspect it. All right, let's save this over Sun's accessories. I think this is his old version. Let me open it first. I've got so many different versions of them at this point. I'm afraid to save over something I might need. Okay, no. The only thing different between these two is the ribbons. Oops. All right, so we will replace that with our final sun. And let's see how we feel. Part of me questions if I should go a little deeper on the ribbons on the ankles. Because if you remember, we have this really, really nice dark maroon in all of the creases of the waistband and the arms, but we didn't do that on them. For no reason other than I was working on it for too long and staring at it for too long and thinking that maybe I would probably be overdoing it, but I don't know. They do match with the shadows of the tutu. It's probably okay. I'm gonna say that looks pretty damn good for Sun. I still am on the fence about adding a second gradient to the lower half of those ribbons. Seeing the cane dance there reminded me that people kept asking if I have seen the latest Amazing Digital Circus episode. I said unfortunately no, because I have been watching much stuff on YouTube as of late because of the AI craze this site has been going for. Yeah. Well, I guess there's always Netflix, but I don't know if the newest episodes have been brought over there or not yet. I'm pretty sure they haven't. All right, let's switch off to just Moon and see how he looks. Oops, that was incorrect. And then we trade your accessories for the right one.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate cue. Only information I'm going to give you is TM16. Oh, wow. Another big stretch. Big stretch. Keep forgetting it's on Netflix now, but every time I use my family, my family pesters me and questions me the freaking heavens on what the hell I'm interested in. Huh. Just tell them funny clown show. I mean, it can't be weird if the entirety of the internet is obsessed with it. All right, there's Moon. Still feels kind of weird having the blue on there. I was so convinced that he didn't have the blue. He looks pretty good. Let me double check on a Canon image of them. See, the worst part too is that their colors do change depending on what version of them you're looking at. Like Sun's eyes, for example. Sun has had three different colored eyes in Canon. Here we go. These are the actual models. My dad acts like a grump and tells me to stick to war movies. Very broad tastes, Dad. What a boomer. Wait, no, we have an alert for that.
We got a boomer!
Yeah! All right, let me rotate the boy here and compare him directly to the image I have here of Canon Moon. Let's see what we're missing. Well, his arms are definitely a lot brighter of a blue than I went with. Why did I do that differently? That's okay. Honestly, it looks like we got everything on both of them, so we might actually be ready to move on to Eclipse. But before we do, I want to go back to Sun's pants a little bit and see if I can do something a little extra there. I also want to get the markings on Sun's body correct, too. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to try and do is I want to create more contrast between the red and the yellow here. So I'm going to try and take our stripes individually here and just kind of expand upon our negative space. And hopefully that will kind of create this natural effect that I'm looking for. I don't know if it's going to work or not. This is completely experimental. So let's see here. We want first the outline. As accurate of an outline as we can get. And what I'm going to do here is turn on our UVs themselves. So this is our seam overlay. This little seam allowance is so that any overspill will still have pigment to pick up on. That way we won't see any visible seams. I want to expand my selection a little bit beyond that into the UV itself. So to do that, we're going to go to Selection. We're going to do Dilate Selection. Now you can see my blue selection has kind of increased a bit. We're going to crank that up just enough till we're in the first little area. I don't know how much we should do. Probably not that much. Let's try that. We'll check the bottom part. It's very little. Let me do one more. Okay. I'm going to start with black. Why did that create a gradient? Am I on top of another layer? I am. I'm below another layer. Okay. So now I've added that outline all the way around all of them. What I want to do is take a dark, dark shade of the red, and I'm going to color in all of our red, or all of our black, this red shade. Our ads are about to play in a minute here. To anyone who's not familiar, our ads will run for 3 minutes once every hour. That way we can get them completely out of the way all at once and not worry about it. I'm going to do the same thing here with our orange. And it's not going to cooperate, so we're going to do it the hard way. Now, what I'd like to do, again, to increase the contrast, is I'm going to select the inner part of all of them. Some of these I might not want. I think this is the crotch, and I don't think that's going to look good. Hold on. Which one? That's the butt. So we don't do this on the bottom. I'll fix that in a minute. All right, so we've got the innermost section of all of them. I'm going to put my V's down again. I want to take this selection a little bit closer to the edge, but not completely. There, so I've got about half of it. And now, the big trick. We are going to blur that edge just a little bit. Just enough to make it natural. We want it to blend seamlessly in with the solid part, which we did not quite manage. I don't know. Hold on. My dog's boofing in her sleep. Hold on. Oh, baby, did you wake up? Hi, honey. We're boofing. I was going to try and get the mic close to you, but I hit a thing and I made you wake up. I'm sorry. That's a good girl. We're due to be interrupted any time, by the way. All right, so we've got a little bit of a gradient going on now. Let's set this to multiply. And set it to, I don't know, 40% maybe? That seems okay. Let's try it. Oh no, have I been doing all of this with the wrong window open? I thought you guys could see me inside this whole time. I'm dumb. Well, anyway, I did all that. Sorry about that. Let's give this a save and see how we feel. I may not like this in the end. Also, I think I messed up the front part of the crotch on here. Whoopsie pipsy. Let's fix that. Save that again. If at first you don't succeed, it's only attempted murder. That's good, I like that. All right, back to Blender. Let's reload it and see what that looks like. I may not like it at all. We'll see. It's not the worst. It does add some level of contrast. Let me go back and forth, actually. Also, I need to fix this here was not the correct place to erase. It was this one. And which one of you? I think it's this middle short one. Posture check. Thank you, KD. I haven't turned into a shrimp just yet. Oh, poo. I did do that wrong. We're just going to remake this part real quick because didn't realize that's what we needed. That, and it's not like this piece really needs all that much detail. We'll have to do the same to the other one up top here anyway. Or not. And you two, I believe, also need to be erased. Oh fuck, my sister's shown me something I'm gonna have to get, being an advent calendar that's got noodles instead of chocolate. They've come out with some pretty inventive advent calendars at this point. I want one that's just rocks. You know, there probably is a geologist advent calendar. I don't know what kind of advent calendar I would want. I've gotten pretty bad about not wanting most things. There was a Sonic one year that was fairly cute, but at the end of the day, it just kind of was the same exact figures that they were selling individually, so that was easier. I despise the Christmas season, but goddamn, I'm gonna have to get it. All right, let's refresh this again. Oopsie. There we go. No, I missed another one. Which one are you? FNAF advent calendar for the raptor. They did make one, but it looked really bad. I've tried to cut back on how much I've been collecting plastic. I like to collect toys, but I also don't have a lot of space, and as I've gotten older, I've realized that the peace of cleanliness seems to attract me more than the dust of bric-a-brac. But that could also just be my current mindset because of how full the house is currently. I've been waiting for Mom to go through more of Grandma's stuff. And it's just not really been a priority. Which I get. But also, eventually we need to go through Grandma's stuff. Like, Grandma had a lot of stuff. I'm gonna do a version without the lines that we just made and see how I feel about it. So this is the current version with the extra contrast around each stripe. And this is the old version. I'm going to be honest, I saw virtually no difference. Am I insane? Should I have made it thicker? I might be overthinking it. I don't get that feeling. I suffer from draconic lineage. I'm not a hoarder. I'm just a descendant of dragons.
Bet I can smash that.
No, don't smash the daycare attendant. He gets that enough. I kind of feel like we do need to put some kind of outline around the outer portion of the shoe. I am a dragon and I suffer from hoarding. See, that's the problem. My mother has dragon mentality, and my grandmother had dragon mentality. But I have bird mentality, which is related to dragon mentality. It's like dragon, but hypochondriac. I've got the tism hoarding, where everything has to be hoarded according to color and shape and size. I'll have to take a picture of my toy collection shelves once I ever get them back out on display. They've never really been... Wait! Thank you, baby! But they've never really fully been unpacked. At least not since we moved. My kobolds are worried about me. Alright, Sunny. I kind of feel like Sun's not nearly as good looking as Moon is. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just because we still need to put the final bits of detailing on his arms here just to complete the everything. But I'm gonna leave the pants there for now. Eclipse's pants are gonna be interesting. Because we're gonna have to, like, recut them, I think. I'm not gonna think about that yet. I forgot about how cursed he is without pants. Oh yeah, his claw. I don't know if I'm gonna keep that or not. I really need to figure out how to rig that. Shaved sun. Alright, well, let's fix the tassels first anyway. Would that be easier to do with pose mode? Hold on, let's find out. Ah, no, that is going to affect the weights. Well, poo. The claw! The claw could be rigged as a tail! God damn, that's a good idea, though. See, the problem is I never... Get these bones out of here. I never really figured out, like, how to make the mechanism work. And that's what I was working on for the player avatar for Poppy Playtime. Because he's got the double hands, and that's essentially the same exact gizmo that I would need to put into this one. Especially because I kind of envisioned it the same way that this would just sort of be a limp rope. Like, it's the way that my brain envisioned this work was like some kind of projectile. It would shoot this out from his back. So if he were like hunched over or whatever, bent over like this, then it would shoot the hand directly out of his back. I don't know why that didn't take the ball with it. Shoot the hand out of his back. That's still not the ball. Where is your hand, sir? Is this it? That's it. But it would take that, shoot it up, and then the hand would go up into the ceiling and latch on to something. Because these bend. They fold outwards like that, like a bird claw, and latch. But there's no musculature or anything inside that controls the tail. Or tail, controls the rope. It's just sort of to dangle from. Put your pants back on. You look fucking weird without them. Although I suppose it doesn't need to have bones in it. Since it's supposed to go up, it's supposed to be a latch. It's not supposed to really go slack. Carbon fiber with mechanical supports. I mean, yeah, I guess in theory we could find a way to logic it. People would definitely like to have him have a tail. That's so many bones, though. I think he is actually already at a fizzbone cap, too. Smoon, what are we gonna do with you? Alright, let's fix up your ribbons in the mesh. Your mirror mode should be on. Hold on 1 second. Sorry, Mom just got home. What if we just rotate it on the Z-axis? I would still keep it at that weird angle, though. Guess the tailed smoon is to be for a low poly model. Yeah, I mean, I'm not ruling it out of the question. There's just a lot I already have to keep track of with this being 3 avatars in one, and I'm having a very difficult time remembering every detail. So one thing with avatars is you can only have 8 Fizzbone scripts, which is the gravity effect for things like the ribbons. Each of these ribbons has a gravity Fizzbone script affecting it so that they'll floofy and be like ribbony. But you can only have 8 in total for it to still be quest compatible. And we've run into the issue of the ribbons and the bells used to each be on different scripts. And that meant that each arm had 2. So we've got 2, 4. That's half of our scripts already. So then we needed one in the hat. That's 5. We have one in this bigger bottom tutu. Weh! So the bigger bottom tutu, we have one that's 6. That's 2 left. Our jingly bells in our shoes. Each one of those takes one. So that's 8. That's all 8 Fizzbones. Now, I've already had to condense it down so that the ribbons and the bells are both on their own solitary script, which means that they're not going to move exactly how I want, but that's how we have to get it to work. So I've cut it down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the hat. But we also have them in the rays. We have one in the face itself so that the whole face can spin around. And I think we had a second one in the rays themselves too, which would spread to each of them. It's a complicated process trying to keep track of all that stuff. I'm thinking I might be better off just re-rigging the ribbons as well, much as I would prefer not to have to do that. It also doesn't seem like they are... No, they are mirrored. Kind of. What's going on there? Why do you have extra topology that this one does not have? Weird. Are you all different? You're all different. Oh no. This is such a late game thing for me to have decided to change. Oh, weh. All right, back to the pose mode method. Mirror these poses, please. Don't know why, but it's always the spontaneous ideas that are usually the best ones. I don't know if that's always the case, but... I don't know if I'm going to like that any better because now they're
If
just
you
pretty
become
much on top of each
lightheaded from
other.
thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Katie. It is the case for me. Well, if that's the case for you, then more power to you. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Could just remove the weights from here. That would help a little. At least in helping line them up to where we want them now. All right. Let's see about this. I feel like the bells aren't lined up very good. Although I guess at the end of the day, they don't really need to be. Nothing needs to be anything. I would like to splay them out a little better, though. Because the further apart they are from each other, the more the odds are of them not colliding. Have them slightly positioned outwards. That seems okay. As long as we keep them hidden behind the bells,
Did you
which
remember to
means...
save
Awa!
all of your files?
Tell you what, Katie, we're about to save, but I want to get these ribbons lined up before we do. So what we're going to do is take both of them, push them a little further down the wrist. Maybe. I don't know what happened to the bells. I feel like they're not in the position that I wanted them to be in. I might fix them too. I like them being further, like, to the bottom side of the wrist, though. I definitely feel like that's a better position. The exception of... I'm gonna rotate them a little more. I'm gonna save a copy. For some reason, I saved this one entirely in caps lock. Did not mean to do that, but that's what it is now. All right. Now we're going to want to apply this as the resting shape. So we'll use cats to do that. Apply as resting pose. Dokily. We're going to have to do that again in the future with another part because his legs can't be positioned like this in the end. He's in technically an A pose because his feet are somewhat more spread apart, which will cause him to be bow-legged in-game. We don't want that. All right, but before we do that, we need to edit the mesh of our ribbons a little, because we want that to disappear inside. Oh, my. That's certainly not supposed to be that way. Is that why you were having problems? No, let's get your coordinates fixed. Oh, I see. Let's try that again. Alright, that should be in the correct coordinate now. So they should be mirrored. And they are not. Wait. They are. Okay. Are they completely, though? Or is there still going to be issues? Nope, they are completely mirrored now. That's good. That saves a lot. So back to trying to fix that. Honestly, I'm thinking we can just tuck in. Decided to restart the Bug Snacks adopt that I was making because I didn't like how the body was looking. Aw, that's unfortunate. I thought that body was coming out amazing. What the frag is going on in here? Hi, everyone. Hello, Pyrospino. We're just doing some 3D modeling today. Trying to finish up another one of these avatars that have been in progress limbo for quite a while. We've mostly just been fixing up the texture. And I am now changing the ribbons on it because they were not really ideal. Body was okay, it just felt awkward. Last time I was here, you were working on Glamrock Freddy. Yeah, so Freddy's gonna go with Smoon. Whenever Smoon is done. Which is getting closer. Because we've just about got his texture work completely done for Sun and Moon. Which leaves merely Eclipse. And I imagine most of Eclipse we can just kind of patch from his other body parts. And I think maybe just as a... I was going to say just as a precautionary, but I think that that's not actually necessary. A little plump, but not the worst. I don't know why I didn't taper them at all. Guess what game I'm playing on my second screen? Just because we were talking about it earlier, I'm going to throw a wild card out there and say Left 4 Dead 2. Why not? Aloha? Why can't dinosaurs clap their hands? Because they are extinct. I'm personally offended by that one, Deskplant. I mean, it's true, but you don't gotta rub it in. But nah, I appreciate your sense of humor, even at the cost and expense of my extinct brethren. For all of our Rexes and Carnos out there, if you're happy and you know it, clap your... Oh. Especially our poor Carnos. It's funny, I have a toy of a Carno. It's one of the Jurassic Park ones. And I really hate the fact that they gave it thumbs. Like, I don't know why they decided to do that, but it's horrifying. It looks like it has little baby doll arms now. Like, here, I'll put a picture of it. This is just from Google. But this is the toy that they have. I'll put it in show and tell. Failed to mention any short-armed dinosaurs. Please raise your hand. Cute, I hate that gif. It works so well. It's literally the same hands. Oh, if you are in the Discord, let's make sure that you have access to everything. I see you just joined. Yes, our bot is working again. Yay! That being said, let me go ahead and take down our message here saying that it is not working. I'm just making sure everybody else who has joined between now and the last time that we knew that the stream was not working. Okay. So if you are one of the people who joined yesterday, I believe currently it's only Super Mario and Nova. I don't know if you guys are here lurking. But we had an issue where the bot was down temporarily yesterday. And so all of the automatic roles were not being applied, and no one was able to get access to the server if they weren't already a part of it unless I manually went in and gave it to them. So you should be able to go back and select your roles now to get your colors for your name, your pronouns, and everything like that. And you as well. I saw that your name was Blue and figured you kind of had figured that out yourself. All right, let me check our weights on this. We're going to go ahead and save it again. Because I don't know why I rigged it this way to begin with. I'm not really... There wasn't much of a reason for me to do it that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign these base verts to our wrist bone and remove their weights from these bones And hopefully... Oh, it does cause a bit of a weird... That's alright. We'll fix that. In the meantime, let's do it on the other side. Yay, another Discord server. I feel you on that. It's gonna go for a Teen Titans Go gif, but the other one felt better. I take it that that's the shoulder area. Actually, no, this is the wrist. Thankfully, Smoon's all ball joints. Like, literally every one of his joints, I believe, is a ball joint, with the exception of the raise in his head. Those are a hinge joint. But because of that, I was able to cheat most of his weights. The exception being these bits here, which have... I think I was rushing through these when I did them originally. Because I'm not entirely sure what I was thinking when I did them this way. All right, now what I think I want to do is just add a percentage to this so that they're not flipping the way that they were doing. But what were we at originally? Only using a weight of 1.7. Okay. Let's assign a weight of just 0.1. It's still flipping. And that's because we have it at 100 for the arm. We should lighten that. Set it to 1 for the other tassel. And we'll do the same on the other side just to keep everything consistent. Oops, no siree, Bob, that is not right. What? Hold on. Don't fucking do that to me. Yeah, no. No, 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 no. Okay. All right. And instead of having you set
If you
to...
become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. Probably thinking something along the lines of this is a problem for future frag. Probably! Is that the shoulder area, though? I couldn't hear for a second. No, it is the wrist. And a big stretch. Oh, wow. Thank you, Sleepy. Wait, here, I'll zoom out for you, Pyro. So you can see here, this is the wrist of the whole character. I'm going to go ahead and turn his pants on first because he's creepy without them. So I'm trying to tuck the ends of these ribbons into the other wrap of ribbon that goes up the arm itself. Why every sound's jump scaring you while modeling? Because it uses so much of my brain. It's the daycare attendant. Yeah! That's what I meant when I was saying this is 3 avatars in 1. He will have the ability to transform from sun to moon to eclipse seamlessly. Convenient because that's my next area in game. Oh shit, so you're playing Security Breach. Man, I love Security Breach. And much as I love Secret of the Mimic, gameplay-wise, I feel like it's already withering away. I feel like it's already disappearing. The only thing that was really, that stood out to it in the same way that Security Breach stood out for so long was the speedrun community. The speedrun community kept that game thriving, but unfortunately, Secret of the Mimic, their speedrun community busted that game. It just became a disgusting, lawless, fucking anarchy wasteland when it came to speedrunning Secret of the Mimic, because ever since they found out that the game's map is overlaid on top of itself. Exactly! Rule breaker! Rule breaker! You are banned from the daycare! That's Smoon towards all of the fucking speedrunners. The current speedrun for Secret of the Mimic, I believe, is under a minute. Yeah, it's currently being held by VRifty at an in-game time of 52 seconds. A full game time of 1 minute and 53 seconds. Fun fact, when entering the daycare slide on the second part of the game, the daycare attendant will crawl up the slide, greet you, and say, "Security! Security!" Have you played Security Breach with mods? I have not, actually. Are there any good mods out there for it? I've thought about trying to do a speedrun for it, but the game's just so busted. I don't know if I could. Feels about right, given that it wasn't even a week after Secret of the Mimic came out that they got it down to 5 minutes. Yep. Now, that is for the unrestricted gameplay, by the way. They do have rules in place. And it got so out of hand that AstralSpiff, who is like a known mod of the speedrun community and whatnot, was like, this sucks. The fact that this has been like reduced to this level of debauchery. No, we need to have a fun category. So he's made a new category of speedrunning the game that exploits glitches in a way that is not like literally you start the game is over. All right, I need to focus and actually fucking figure out a number for this. Let's try, I don't know, it's at 1 right now and that's too high, so let's do 5. Still flipping. Let's do 1. We'll do a 50-50 between the two. 0.5? Wait a minute. Am I dumb? I am dumb. Oh dear, okay, yeah, that does... It solves the flipping issue, but has created a very new issue. Not dumb, you just got a bird brain. Yep, that's it. Let's get rid of the body. Okay, so why is it shrinking now? Why is that happening? And why is it... I mean, I guess... as long as it's not distorting, it's okay. And maybe as long as we have the bells in the way, you will never see it? Question mark. Maybe from the underside. But I don't think that's a big enough concern for me to want to fix. So I think that's our solution. So on the other arm over here. A lot of people have been jumping on the theory of Sun specifically is trans because of him being related in some way to Mixes and Fiona. I don't really know how I feel over that theory. Because, like, I don't know, it's kind of weird for me to be like, a robot is trans to begin with because it's a robot. Like, I feel like it makes sense, but it doesn't. And that's purely my TISM brain being like, robots don't have genitalia and therefore don't need to necessarily be trans. They just have pronouns, so they just... Like, physically, there is nothing that necessarily needs to be done. It's a pronoun thing, I suppose. But I don't know. It varies depending on the person and what they choose to be represented by. Our ads are about to play in 1 minute. Let's say bipolar multiple personality disorder. Yeah, it seems like they're trying to lean more that direction with it. One thing I've seen on a robot design that genuinely confused me a bit was top surgery scars on a robot. Yeah. But me personally, I've always been a little bit bothered by that when it comes to things that don't have boobas to have top surgery scars. And it got to me for a while, but then I realized, like, that's really just a matter of, like, the person who is depicting it, their own personal choices. Like, the scars are meaningful to them. It's kind of like they're earned. It's a symbolic thing as opposed to an actual surgical thing, I suppose. I do personally not like having scars like that on something, regardless of trans nature. Like, if it doesn't have boobs, like, I wouldn't need to have top scars because I'm a bird lizard. I don't have boobs. So... But if somebody else decides that that's what they want and that's how they want to represent themselves and that's what makes them feel comfortable, who am I to judge? Except the person making it was not trans at all? Okay, now that's a little weird. That kind of just feels like we're leaning into a trend. It's because the Moon.exe minigame in... Oh, the sun is seen to be depiction of Fiona, except the Sun personality is afraid of the dark. See, the problem is, like, there's so much difference between the canon and the fanon of Sun and Moon. What am I doing again? Oh, right. Okay, hold on. Let's save this. Go into pose mode again. And realigning our bells so that they are going to sit directly above wherever these are now. And this will just be a preventative thing. So hopefully now, anytime that these rotate around, we should never really see where they come from. And I didn't test these lower bits. See, I really don't like the way that I rigged these, but we were really, really cutting it close on fizz bones. But I like that better. That definitely looks better. So let's apply that to our resting pose, and that fixes those. So our big question now is, do we want to put another gradient on the lower half of them? I don't know if that would help break up the silhouetting or not. We could do a darker red all the way around, like a kind of like we did for the rays here. Ah! Didn't quite catch me that time. Cannon's son constantly on the verge of a nervous breakdown with copious amounts of OCD. Fannon's son, feral daycare attendant. No, Fannon's son is a lot more SpongeBob adjacent. They really, like, woobified him. Why was that so quiet? Which one was that under? It was pretty loud for me, but it might be lower for you guys because of the mixers being different. What else is under that? Hold on. That's a green screen, so let's try... Seems like that's operating okay. We can try that again in, like, I don't know, 4 minutes. See if it's still quiet. One of these days, you guys are just gonna have to put up with me just sitting here making noise, trying to adjust everything, and listening to echoes of myself while we try and fix this stuff live. Because obviously, me trying to do this off screen, I mess it up every time. Like, I feel confident going in, and then I'll come back and I'll watch a clip from the stream or whatever and be like, what the fuck, you can't even hear me. Oh no, see if we do, that'll be a really fat edge. I don't want to do that. I don't know, let's see. Reopen our ribbons. You're not correct. Where are the UV? Where are your UVs? Where? Can't hear you. Me? You can't hear me now? Going off what you were saying about streams where we can't hear you. I was making a joke. Can't. Oh. No, because that's happened before. It's meant to be the surprise, but I ended up getting you more with the hydrate, and the hint of the TM16 was because Pokemon's TM16 is the technical machine for payday. Hinting towards the fact that I would be redeeming the Celebrate when I got me money. I'm sorry that the jump scare didn't work out, Q. But I'm glad that you got your money. So here's my thought process. That's going to look bad if we do that. I think maybe I should just accept that that's how these ribbons are going to look. Because my only other thought is I could make them a little darker on the inner side, but then there's going to be an ugly seam in them, and I don't know. Oh no, why did I do them that way? Alright. So Vanny, she's just Vanessa in disguise. I've heard two things where there are two Vanessas or something. I'll be honest, I don't actually know what the fuck Vanny's whole thing is. I honestly don't even know what Gregory's whole thing is. Was that ever explained? I feel like they retconned a lot when they released Ruin. Because they do go back and, like, change things throughout Ruin. And I don't think they really decided what was supposed to happen. So, originally, Pyro, we were told, and it was kind of heavily implied, that the quote-unquote canon ending for Security Breach is the Peepaw ending, the one where you go fight Burn Trap. But then we find out, years later, that Burn Trap wasn't even supposed to be in the game. Like, when Scott pitched the game to Steel Wool and was like, I want you guys to make me a game, he did not tell them a plot to the game. He didn't tell them the main story of the game. He kept it secret even from the people making the game and hoped that that would come through, but it didn't because they weren't able to do what he wanted. Burn Trap was originally only supposed to be an occasional jump scare that showed up, like, standing in a corner or, like, halfway in a supply closet or something that would just exist and, like, be in the corner of your vision and then never actually interact with you or anything. Not a final boss fight. So with how broken the game ended up being and how much had to be scrapped last minute, because again, there's so many parts of the game that made sense how they had it, and then for some reason they had to change something partway through. Freddy was supposed to not get Monty's claws, but his legs. There's actually remnants in the game of Freddy with a lower half of just Monty, where he's got Monty's pants and everything. That's what it was supposed to be, and it made more sense to have him be kicking down the doors as opposed to using Monty's claws, because that's why Monty gets broken in half. Like, there's no reason for Monty to get completely severed in half like that for you to take his hands. You take his legs. You were supposed to take his legs. Like, he still even has his claws after you take his hands. So it doesn't make sense. I think Security Breach is most likely just a fever dream that we're never going to know the truth behind. I'll be honest, I really am not seeing enough of a difference in this to commit to it. I think I'm just being too nitpicky. And I need to let it go. We're going to let it go. All right. Suppose that leaves us with nothing other than trying to get these last details on Sun's arms. I gave Freddy feet for hands. All right, so Moon has, or Sun and Moon have a panel on the upper and lower parts of their arms. Can I get a closer look at that? So it's on the inner undersegment of the upper arm. I might just not include that, to be honest. I don't really like the way that breaks up the composition. And of course, I can't see the inner arm from this angle. This is going to be the hard part because Eclipse has very different lower arms, doesn't he? I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. Okay, yeah, it's more so the upper? No, it's like the inner forearm. Okay. I don't know why I'm being so finicky about this. Because, said the bird, it has to be perfect. No, there's no such thing as perfect. Chica's voice, Roxy's eyes, and Monty's hands. Freddy's either Frankenstein or a one-man band now. It's funny that you mentioned that. Because now everything's coming down to the Fall Fest, which is going to be our next game in the line, I assume. We know from The Secret of the Mimic that Fiona met her fate at Fall Fest, and that Fall Fest has been the oldest history, I guess, of anything Fazbear related. And the only thing that we really have from Fall Fest is some remnants of things in, I believe, Help Wanted 1, the DLC pack. Gave us all of our spoopy Halloween things, the Curse of Dreadbear. And Dreadbear being a direct relation to Frankenstein, or a direct reference to Frankenstein, I think that we're probably going to get some kind of bullshit explanation of like, oh, it's a curse that's been passed down from year after year from this mad scientist who tried to create artificial life and accidentally made demon AI, and I don't know. Something dumb. Alright, let's get our radius down to 5. It's a weird shape. What I'm gonna do here is...
We got a boomer!
Weh! Mean. It's always Blender, man. Blender just gets my brain too focused. I'm sorry! I don't control the jump scare reaction, it just happens. We. Really, that's not gonna sit well. Oh, wow. Was that quiet that time? That felt kind of loud. Whee!
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Well, that wasn't very nice, Popple. You threw out 2 of those 3 teeth. Thank you, Spino. And thank you for the bit, Sleepy. Sorry, Popple's being a bit of a stickler over what he's allowing in his head today. I'm thinking... I don't know if I'd be better off putting this spot lower on his arm or not, because that bow kind of creates a bad issue. It's really high up there on his forearm, though. Let's play with the shape a little more. I can make it better. Once I have a good idea for this shape, I'll take it over into Psi and actually make it look nice.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Spino. Big stretch. I'm actually going to use that one for my wrist this time. I got this pen in a vice grip today. I really don't know how I feel about this panel. I don't like that it doesn't really go the full length of the arm. I don't know. Let's put the other one on the upper arm and see. Because that one, does that go on the upper top half of his arm? No, that's the bottom half. That's closer to the back side. All right, hold on. It's the same exact shape, I think. But it's more so here. No, your pants are in the way. Your frills are in the way. I think maybe as long as we just do a good job disguising it, it'll be okay. Only problem is he doesn't have any of these anywhere else on his body. It feels very out of place. He does kind of have a seam across part of the framing of the moon. That's about it. Hmm. All right, well, let's just take this over to Sai and see what we can do. Oh, dear. Huh. That's not going to be fun. It's always on a seam. Well, when in doubt. Bullshit. Make a new copy of that texture, and we're going to go back over into Psy. Close out of anything that we've been fucking with here. Have we saved this? Sure. Don't need these UVs. Don't want to do that. Done with this one. Okay, and we're going to open up the one that we just made. And we're going to make a new layer and start drawing this out. And what I'm going to do is make a solid single-sized brush. I'm going to use this color. Weh!
Someone's salty.
A little bit. Just love it when your heart races for me. Weh. That was cheesy. Alright. Now I'm only going to do this once, and we're just going to mirror it onto the other side. Might need to turn up our stabilizers.
Way to go, superstar! I knew you could do it.
I guess I could just vector this. But where's the fun in that? One thing I'm excited to do with these two avatars, once I have Freddy made, is to have interactions between the two of them. I wanted to do that with Dog Day and Doey, but I've got to get them on the market. So I don't really have the time. But Dog Day, or Smoon and Freddy still have a ways to go, so I can think about what to include for that as I'm going. I would definitely like to have a cute face for them to, like, boop noses. Something like that, anyway. It's definitely lower res than I would have liked. Ooh, this is a neat song. Is our thing working? It is. Let me go back and check that line. I'm gonna do something a little different with this one. I think I'm gonna do like a pseudo embossed look, which will make more sense as I do it than as I describe it. I love how inspirational vaporwave, retrowave music can be. It really makes you feel like you're going on some kind of epic journey. Even though most of that journey is driving in a car through a desert with a never-ending sunset or sunrise. Hey, what's up? Right after a beer. Man, I wish I had a beer that I liked. I am really not a beer person. You realize that bump in the distance? Is it shaped like a deer? Alright, well, we've got one. This one's gonna be fucky. Just because it's on a seam already. No way it's gonna line up by default. Huh? Blank redeemed a positive thought? That's weird. Was that for your message here? The okay definitely liking the redesign more than the first? I don't know why it didn't connect that with your message. It's so weird. Wait, hi, Fo. How's it going? Woke up to an ear ringing. Oh no. Better not be getting an ear infection. Wait. Maggie also wanted to get fixed today. Hopefully that'll stop her from spraying. Oh, I hope so. That's one battle I'm glad I'm not fighting right now. What the fuck? Oh. Huh. An airborne... an airborne tumbleweed of wolfy hair just floated by my face. Oh my god, she's got the floofiest hair I've ever experienced in a cat. Her damn kitten is so violent now. Terrible twos. Oh yeah. That's a fun stage. A lot of biting. I think I'd rather get woken up to my ear ringing than getting woken up to get dressed. You gotta take your little sister to school at like 8:30 in the morning. Yeah. Man, I hate being woken up by abrupt shit. I'm a very sluggish person when I first wake up. Like my brain it's in a different dimension. I think I have one of those sleep disorder type things. I definitely have been diagnosed with insomnia, but they've never like done a sleep study, so I don't know what exactly it is that causes my sleep issues. I think it's something to do though between the shift of sleep states, REM sleep and all that. I just have a really, really hard time with it. Both shifting into sleepy mode and out of. I need an hour after waking up to consider myself to actually be awake. Yeah. Like without that hour buffer, I really cannot function. Sometimes I need longer than that, depending. Like if I didn't sleep well that night, I'm gonna need longer. I ended up getting deoxykin. Couldn't be bothered for the other two. I was able to get the Uzurk kind of by mistake. And the Ink Fujin I had to look up. Thankfully, they did not tie it to having to be specific species, but the places that they hid the pieces are definitely not places that I ever would have found on my own. Like, one of them is straight up bullshit. Oh, to those who don't know, we're talking about a game on Roblox called Creatures of Sonaria. If I can get 4 hours at least, I'm good, but another 20 plus hours of sleep, or another 20 plus of sleep would be even better. Somalia's something. Not in a good way. Sonaria. Parents used to put me on sleep meds and then expect me to wake up broad and early at like 6 a.m. Nah, man, that shit was still in my system. No way I was waking up that early and being all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Yeah. No, all the years of high school did me in. Because of my circadian rhythm not being aligned with that whatsoever. I'd be getting to school at like... Because you'd have to wake up at like 4 o'clock in the morning. To get to the bus on time, the bus swung around no later than like 4:30. So I had to be up stupid early, and I already had a difficult time falling asleep. Just as a whole, the whole thing just did not work out. There were so many times that I remember falling asleep during class and then getting yelled at for it. It's like, I don't know what you want me to do about it, man. Like, we have proven scientifically that at this age, we are not meant to be operating like this, and y'all are the ones forcing us to, and you have me come in here at 6 a.m. expecting my brain to be able to absorb American history Nah. That shit ain't happening. You're lucky I'm even conscious right now. Means that every day this week I've been taking my little sister to school whilst barely functioning myself simply because my mother needs 24 hours of beauty sleep. Nah, that shit's not cool. All right, now I think I'm going to look really close at how this looks on the actual model and try to create a simulated version of the contour. So it looks like we actually go brighter along the edges. Okay. Could look good or bad. Leaning towards bad. We'll duplicate it. Do we have a lighter shade of this tan? No, we do not, so I will have to create one. I feel like that's not going to be bright enough, but... we're going to have to do something a little bit different here. Hmm. Greg, you should check out Show and Tell. Let me see. Oh, it's a bit blurry, but I really like that head shape design. And the sandwich forearms! I love that with the chili pepper arm. That's really cool. That just reminded me of the weirdest show. Do you guys remember a show called Fighting Foodons? I don't know how badly this is aged, but there was an old show called Fighting Foodons. Let me see how old it actually was. 2002. Here's some characters from it. It's basically Pokemon meets Metabots meets food-themed everything. I don't remember it being very popular, but I do remember it playing on 4Kids TV. Horns and the toes on the back legs are candy corn. Oh, that's a good style. I'm excited to do stuff with candy corn. I want to make like candy corn cupcakes or something this year. Let's blur these. And that should help sell that illusion. If anything, maybe I made it too thick.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, cat. We're not quite ready to save just yet. We're trying to create an optical illusion. Oh, and I don't think that worked. Really? 1 pixel's taken that much out of it? Damn. It's okay. Do you like candy corn? I do. I will make myself sick of it. I actually prefer the big fat pumpkins. Me and Tot, who has not popped in today but was here on Tuesday, we both habitually call them crappy pumpkins, even though we both like to eat them. Every time it becomes fall, we call each other up and we're like, hey, you want to go to Walmart and get some crappy pumpkins? Make a jack-o'-lantern cake and use candy corn for the teeth. Oh, that's cute! That's a fantastic idea. Also, Boko has joined us here. Hello, Boba. Come to say hello. Was it Wednesday? You're right, I didn't stream on Tuesday. My whole week is out of whack. That's right, yeah, it was the beginning of stream on Wednesday. I don't know when the new season of Has-Been's dropping in October, but when it does, I'm sure we can all expect that that's the only thing Tot is going to be willing to talk about. I'm going to have to get Tot in here and do a dual art stream or something, and we're both just going to have to draw Has-Been stuff. Hi, Bobers. 29th. Thank you. Bokoro, Bokoro. You're in the way, Bokoro. That's my pen. You're getting boogers on it. Thank you, buddy. It's so hard to draw over a cat. All right. I don't hate that. Wee, Bo. Come on, buddy. If anything, maybe I made the dark gray one a little too dark. Let's lighten it up some. What is that? A big stretch. Once again, use that one on my wrists because they need it. Thank you, Blue. And Boko has taken the opportunity while my arms are up in the air stretching to lay down on my keyboard. That does it. That's it. Art is over today. It's cat time. Oh, bah. Figured out what this thing could be called. A sanctionation. Sanctionation? Oh, bees. Okay, can I scooch the keyboard away from you a little bit so I can still work? Hey, that works. Let's try that. All right, now the hard part here is going to be duplicating everything. I don't like that you can't see it at all when you zoom out, though. Let's save this and see how it looks on Smoon. Why did the N and the A swap places? It'd either be Snacksination or Obama Snacks. Oh, both of those are good. Admittedly, I didn't get Abomination out of the nation part of Snacksination.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. There's something in there. I gotta ponder that one. All right, let's go back over here and see how this looks. Oh dear. Yeah, no, that's way too late. You can't see a damn thing. Hmm. Well, at least this one lines up almost perfectly, with the exception of this side. Which way do we have to pull that? Towards the edge. That's doable. But we do need to fix it. We need to make it darker. If anything, it almost feels like the lighter color. Weh. All right, hold on. Let's go with the darker brown color for this one. Maybe not that dark. And our darker gray for this one. That looks okay at a distance. This one, if anything, looks like it's still a little too dark, though. And that's way too light. So which is it? Which do we need? So go with the latter so that people get the abomination part. Yeah, the abomination part definitely comes out more with the Obama snacks. I feel like that, I don't know, we can work with it. There's something else better in there. What about, okay, hold on. Ads are about to play in like 30 seconds, but what about omnomination? Like omnom-nomination. A bomb nom-nomination? Don't you want a puppet show? I have glitter glue. You like glitter glue? Googly eyes? Weh. Oh, that thump was Boko's tail hitting the mic then. All right, well, this one you can see zoomed out better. Which means maybe we just need to make the lighter part lighter. Oh, honey. Boko's mad at me because my water is too low for him to drink out of my cup. You can thank chat for that, Boko. They've been making me hydrate today. Here you go. I'll top it off for you. In this house, there is no such thing as my water. It is merely our water when it comes to Boko. Oops. Kind of still feel like it's not enough. What if we set this to, like, screen? No, that's too bright. And yet for this one, it's not bright enough. But I've got it on white at this point. I might have to put that one on a different... Let's change that one to screen. Nope. What about luminosity? Wow. Okay. So his light, like, pale yellow is just so pale that we can't get a high enough highlight to make that work. Weh! Oh no. Snake's in baby jail. What if maybe we also do a gradient on, like, the inner edge? Let's see about that. I was hacked? Oh no! Sorry if I messaged you on Discord. I don't think you did. No, I don't have any messages from you, Snake. Got everything back? That's good. I'm sorry to hear that that happened, though. That sucks. I'm constantly afraid that I'm gonna end up having my stuff hacked. I was asleep when this bullshit happened. That sucks, man. But that is the thing with hackers. It can happen to anybody for any reason. It's not really a matter of being too gullible or whatever. Like, it just happens. Sometimes we can avoid it. Sometimes it just... we are a victim of somebody else's treatment. That kind of helps. Man, now I'm gonna have to do that on that broken seam area. I think I should do it on the outside as well. But that really does add that embossed look that we were going for. Alright. The pain begins. What I'm doing is extending this out. Because I only want the edges. I don't want the middle, because that's where our seam is. Trying to kind of create an optical illusion. Okay, we're going to erode this.
Way to go,
Wait.
superstar! I knew you could do it.
Got the abomination to a point where I feel good leaving it for tonight. Hopefully I don't forget about it for a few weeks and then go back to it thinking it looks awful. Sent it so far in show and tell. Let me go see. Ooh, the straws on the back. That's a good touch. I like that. I would like to see you come back and, like, if you're willing to, ink it once you've got your sketch finished, because this is a really, really sick design. Time for me to play Left 4 Dead 2 while the stream is playing. Hell yeah, Sleepy! Plan to digitize it? Fuck yeah. Which one did I end up going with? Hold on. What color are you? Random thought, if you ever heard the song Stacy's Mom, imagine the Carl Weezer version of Jimmy's mom. No, I choose not to. Another big stretch. Big stretch. Honestly, I feel like the big stretches are doing more for my posture than the posture checks. Alright, I'm less impressed over how this one looks. It does still add to the effect, but I think we'll lighten it more. Take that one down to 15% maybe.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
It was a good reminder, thank you. Actually, let's change the color of this one too. Oh, okay, maybe that was the issue. Bring it back up to 30. Okay, yeah, the color was the problem. For the most part, anyway. Alright, we want to... We have a positive thought. Being positive is always truly a great thing unless it's COVID. Yes, speaking of, make sure you guys are being safe out there. I've heard that this round of COVID is once again pretty rough. We'll just do this one at a time. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. We're going to have to do the same thing that we did before. We're going to have to trick it. So I'm going to have to extend. I hate that I can read that in his voice. I hate that it's been this many years since I've heard that voice. And yet I can still reminisce it in my head with perfect accuracy. Erode our selection. We are going to dump. And then we're going to erode our selection again. And cut. And we'll go back down here. We only want that part of it anyway. We'll cut that part out. Carl always wants a fucking croissant. As much as he loves llamas, which would he like better? A llama as Jimmy's mom or Jimmy's mom as a llama? God. Hard to believe that Sheen got his own spin-off show, but Carl didn't. Might blur that one a little extra. Not as big of a fan of that. But that's also at 100. Let's change it down to 30. Might need to go a little heavier than 30. Let's put it at 50. $75. 75 seems to work. All right, make another one of these. Do the same thing to the outer portion. Mm. No. Wait. Wait, which one are you on? You. Set that to 75. Well, I don't know about it. It works and it doesn't at the same time. It kind of creates more of a bruise. I don't know. All right, set these both up to 100 again. Merge. Down to 75. Maybe if we just change the color a little. Like, what if I do go in with the airbrush and we kind of soften it up a little? Although I suppose I could just blur out the edges of this one more. Let's try that. Worst part is for this, I've been debating putting some kind of gradient on this part of Sun's arms, and I haven't, and that's probably exactly what he needs to make this look right. Because Moon has it. Moon has a gradient on this lower portion of his arm. And that really fills in a lot of this detail. But let's see how this looks. Have faith. What about that one kind of in-cut area? Where did that one go? Did I merge that by mistake? No, there it is. Do I even still want that? Yes. All right, fuck it. Let's just see how this looks. If it looks good, we will save it onto the body on both sides. Hold on to your butts. Wow. I literally can't even see the underside. Like, yeah, I can see it up close, but... I am admittedly disappointed in how that looks. I literally cannot see it from here. And I really don't like the way that crease looks. Even with the accessories. No, if anything, it just looks worse with the accessories. Weh. I don't like the outer gray. At all. It just looks like a bruise. Alright, let's try something different. Let's try this. Allah! Good night, Q. Thank you for hanging out with us today, this whole week, for however long we have been streaming. Oh, wait, hold on, Q. You were not here for it when I said it the other day, I don't think. But I had mentioned in the server that we are going to try and do some spooky movies throughout the month of October, and I have a poll running currently for what days are best for us as a group. So far, we're leaning towards Friday. Around the same time that I would do streaming, I'm thinking what might work best is we'll do 2 movies. If we're going to do a movie day, we'll do a double feature. So we'll do one at a more reasonable time for our Over the Seas crew, and then we'll do another movie maybe in the evening for the night owls. You were and you voted already? Okay, good. I wanted to make sure that your opinion was heard since I know that you're in a somewhat more difficult time zone situation here. Can I has uppies? Yes, you can. See, the problem is this looks so good in 2D up close, but then I zoom out and it's like, well, I can't see that at all. I am wondering if we need to go darker on this. Let's see how it looks as this, though. Again, I don't like that it disappears completely when I zoom out. Yeah, you literally just can't see this one. And I just don't really like how that's looking. Hello, DeCruz. How are you guys today? I'm doing pretty good. I'll let chat answer for themselves on that part. It's so dumb that this line's not working. It literally is just disappearing when I zoom out. But then I feel like when I get up close, it's so abrasive. Let's try getting rid of that. And maybe we just need to make our lines much darker. Let's try it. Dark lines. I think this is one of those times where you need to exaggerate some more to make it visible. I think so. I'm just worried. Because the problem I'm running into here is that it looks very, very intense up close. Like, that's a really stark contrast when I'm this close to it. And I don't know how it's disappearing as easily as it is when we zoom out just a little bit.
We got a boomer!
Wah! Angry my family ate my chicken wings? No! I'm angrily
If you
making...
become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Hold on. Where is that? Is that our overlays? Or the trigger fire? I'm not able to see the volume for them. Oh well, I think it's been fine. Remaking a dragon model I was working on because I'm trying to study someone else's work. Speaking of dragon models, what's the one that, what's her name, released? It's like a Dova Dramamine or something. It sounds like a medication. I was just looking at it earlier today. The Dova Brodian. I would love to learn how to do rigs like that. Nice as it is, though, I've fallen in love with a different one. Because the Dova Brodian is, like, hands down, the best feral dragon quadruped avatar out there. But the IK animations could definitely use some tune-up. Not to say that they haven't already put in, like, absolutely an ungodly amount of work into this thing to begin with. But I've been watching the progress of, what's their name? Hold on. Perpsy. Perpsy's been working on somebody else's model that's also a quad avatar. It's a griffin. And they've just been redoing all of the animations for it in the avatar animator. And my god, it is like the most well-animated thing I have ever seen in my life. Hold on, I'm trying to find one of their videos. Here we go. I'll share this in chat here. And I'll put this in the server as well. So the base itself was made by someone else. The Griffin. They do credit the person who made it. I cannot remember their current username. Many Blinking Lights. That is the person who originally made it. And they have been redoing all of the FIK edits to it. Really amazing. This has been like pure body euphoria wearing this avatar, and I'm so glad that they were willing to share it publicly. Nefertiti, yeah, she's the one who's got the Dova Brodian. I'm sorry, I shouldn't assume pronouns. I think it's she, they? I don't follow them personally, so I don't actually know anything about the creator. We've kind of just like existed in the furry space adjacent. Dark, darker, yet darker, darker than dark, where reality and dreams merge into something new, a fantastical realm where objects can come to life, powered by the determination of one's soul focused upon a single point of the earth. A griffin? I bet its name is Peter. I guess part of what I need to do is make it so that this shows better at a distance. Let's try doubling up this layer. And that works for that one. Let's try that. Before we do, there we go. Try that one. Oh my god, why? Why do you keep disappearing? It really is wild. Especially here. I literally can't see it at all. And yet, up close, it's there. If anything, it's way too aggressive up close. This is wild. I think maybe I'm better off just not doing this. Let's get rid of all of these contrasts. Get rid of our edges. And just that. I would like some help with commission pricing sometime if that's okay. I would like to make complete custom avatars as a main income while I work on Godot games. I would love to help you out with that, but I'm gonna be honest, I actually don't have my prices set in stone completely yet either. It's still very much a slippery slope of trying to figure out how to, like, kind of generify everything, because every avatar is gonna have different requirements. I've not really been good at judging that myself. Yeah, I really don't like how that looks. Ugh. All right, I'm gonna start conforming. I'm not concerned about this one, because it's under the arm anyway. That'll rarely ever really be seen. But this one's really in your face, and I don't like that crease and how much it's changing the angle. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna put it along further down. Which means I'm going to have to completely redraw it. Weh. All right, let's try this again. I've already forgotten the shape. Let's try to make it a little different too. Actually give it some personality in the shape that it is. I don't like that bottom incut. So we're just going to make it square. In the square hole. Because if I can't make the canon part work, I'm going to make my own stuff that looks better than canon. And I'm going to do another big stretch. That looks 1,000 times better, like immediately. Although it's kind of an awkward shape. Part of me wishes I could slide this one further up to the upper part of his arm, but oh well. He doesn't really have anything on the back of the arms. I guess that's okay. Let's clean that up a little. Give myself less of a headache. My biggest concern with this is that it's going to be a problem for Moon. But that may just have to be a problem that we deal with when we get to it. I do like that bend a lot better. It looks a lot more natural that way. All right, good shit. Let's save that. Go fix it up in Scythe. Which means we have to reopen it. Oh, hey, that's nice. It actually duplicated it for us. And with that in mind, I'm going to fuck this up on purpose. Because we are going to go ahead and trace this other one. That way it'll show up on the other arm and I won't have to worry about mirroring it as much. At the first part with the fallen angels, I think that they're called in Security Breach. The ones that look like the Freddy endoskeletons. Oh, yeah, the endos. It's funny because that's actually a very substantial part of this AU version of Sun and Moon's story. He ends up getting decommissioned at one point and having to return to the Ender Garden, which is what we've affectionately dubbed that area of the game. I already sent a friend request on Discord, but to be honest, I don't usually DMs more often sometimes, so it is what it is. Honestly, Sleepy, I don't like DMs. The server exists as a communal open space so that we can all feel comfortable and have control over our ability to engage and disengage with one another. And I'm just not really a person who likes to do DMs very often. In fact, a lot of the time I will get DMs from people who are very new, and I'm just one of those people who I don't tend to respond. But I don't mind the friend request because I do like to be able to play games with you guys when we're able to do communal things. I would like to start doing more communal games more often. So fair. I do way better in servers than one-on-one conversations. Yeah. Like, I don't mind one-on-one conversations, but it's usually just something that I don't really feel like I need to have this conversation in private. And I also I won't go into a whole lot of detail, but I had a past friendship that was very unhealthy, and the person in question would oftentimes weaponize it if I ever had conversations that were not in groups. Like, if they knew I was talking to somebody behind their back, I guess, is what it felt like to them. But in reality, I'm not going behind somebody's back when I'm just talking to other people. It's not like I'm talking shit about you to other people or anything. I'm just talking to other people. So I don't know what the issue was with them, but it's like they would just get really paranoid about it and take it out on, I guess, everyone, not just me. But it definitely conditioned me for a long time to just kind of not really do DMs with people, because that usually would lead to a confrontation later on of a very weird exchange that just didn't really need to happen. I prefer to voice chat for some reason for easy communication with each other. That makes sense, though. It's a lot easier to read somebody's tone when your conversation with them is verbal. All right, so we've got that mirrored now. Now it'll be easier for us to flip it, but let's go back over here. We're going to reopen this one.
This is art.
Wow.
You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you. Posture check.
Did you remember to save?
Never mind, it's a
all of
full-blown
your
love bomb.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, baby.
We got a boomer!
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thank you, Snake. Let's make this darker. Had to do my entrance love bomb, so now everything is good in the world. You know what? I bet you this follows the UV map. Oh well. Oh, that was almost perfect. Sure, we'll take that. And another big stretch! Let me finish this one line here. There we go. Sleepy's got me over here doing yoga today. Keeping me limber. I need to get back to doing yoga. I say that as though I used to regularly do it. But for a while there I was trying to. It just gets very intensive, and during summertime when we have no air conditioning, that it just was not happening. Miss Monk. Bronx. Bronx. Stop licking your feet. No more. Look at that. You've exhausted yourself. It helps you to relax your muscles, but for me, I just need some walking during cold weather, not a hot weather. See, that's the thing. I've got scoliosis, so when it comes to yoga, that's just a better thing for me to do than walking or pedaling. I do have a pedal bike that I like to use, but yoga overall is what helps with the sciatica and the scoliosis the most. Welcome, Aureline. Hello. It's nice to see you. I hope you've been having a good day. Oops. All right, let's go ahead and mirror this. Do my best to line things up as good as we can. Okay. Very much so. How about you? I'm doing great. I am very happy with all of the progress that we've been making today on this model. And I'm about to test out the new line work here we did on the panels for these arms. See whether or not this works compared to what we were doing earlier. And if they do, that means we can transfer it over to Moon. Huzzah! All right, how do we feel about that? It gives some level of detail anyway. Boy, I don't like how jagged that looks there, but it might only be that one angle. No, that's really not ideal. But I don't think there's much we can do about that because that's purely the UVs doing that. Oh well. It's not very noticeable at a distance. Okay. Let's see how much this works with Moon. Also, ads are going to start in 1 minute here. Let me check our time. So we have reached our 4-hour mark. 2 more to go, and we may go over. Kind of just depends on if Rosie and Spook end up wanting to play a game or something after. Because I don't think I want to do extra Blender work today. We did go over a little bit yesterday, I think. Let me double check on that, though. Yeah, we got an extra hour and a half yesterday. So if we do an extra hour and a half today, then that would kind of make up for a little bit of missing Tuesday. If you want to do a spooky game, I have a recommendation. It would purely depend on what Spooka and Rosie have available to them if they want to join me for it. But I'm always down to hear your recommendations. Also, our ads are going to start any second here. When they do, I'm going to step away for just a minute just to check on Bronx for something. I don't like how much she's licking her paws, so I will go to the away screen for a minute or two while I do that. But then I will be immediately right back. Actually, I'm going to do that right now. Alrighty. I am back. Bronx is good. I also grabbed a biscuit while I was up because I realized I was a little hungry. Welcome, Bach. Anyone ever play Lethal Company or Repo? Actually, both of those are big favorites of mine. We tend to play those on stream. Well, we used to play them on stream quite often, but it's just kind of been a while since we've been able to get things to pan out like that. Now, we may be doing Deltarune for the first time this weekend. Maybe. I'm desperately trying to get the Bone Queen to cooperate, but her sleep schedule has been fighting her tooth and nail. But that's a chance of happening this weekend. Probably not going to start doing our movie nights currently this week, just because I want to make sure I'm spending as much time as I can wrapping up the other projects. But after this weekend, I'm really hoping that we will have a little bit of a lighter load of things to carry so that we can do more. I would love to go back to playing some Repo and some specifically Lethal Company. It's been forever since I played that one. Just now realizing too that his blend shapes have changed. Hold on. Let me retract those teeth. So in case you guys are wondering, he does have, this is not his actual mouth. This is a panel that was designed to hide his real teeth because his real teeth ended up being too scary for children. In the AU, Sun and Moon were actually designed by Charlie, Henry's daughter. Or at least it was based off of her sketches. And she was kind of a weird child. She liked monsters. She was very creative, very autistic. Takes after her dad. But she designed Sun and Moon, and when he redesigned the puppet, which is what this body originally was, this was Puppet's original form, and he later added the Sun and Moon components to it after Charlie had passed away. But he created it after one of her drawings, and didn't realize that the teeth that she had picked out for this specific character would be a little scary to younger kids. That's our frown. That's not our... There's our retracted panel. So he's got some big old chompers. But it's okay. He won't bite. Not unless you're Freddy. Can I join? Possibly. You also do streaming, so at least I know you know Twitch's terms and what they're what they allow and what they don't. Normally I wouldn't go live with somebody that I've never actually played a game with. Kind of would like to just get a feel for it and get to know the person beforehand. So it's a soft maybe for now. I don't know if we'd be going live with having newer people join. A pre-debut. If we don't go live playing games after we've reached our normal time frame here, then there's a chance that we might play some games after and just not be live, and if that is the case, then sure, I'm open to whoever joining. But if we are going to be streaming it, I do have to kind of put my foot down on it and say, no, I'm sorry, until I know for sure. It's just for safety's sake. Right, okay, so we want to switch over to Moon now. And that does mean that we have to retract the sun rays. And it should be as simple as just copying and pasting this onto Moon. Do you know that there's a plugin that you can stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time? It's an insane plugin that I had. Huh. I didn't know that. I knew that people were able to do that. Unfortunately, I'm just not really interested in streaming on YouTube. It's a lot harder to grow an audience over there. YouTube caters much more to a pre-recorded audience as opposed to a live audience. There. We got our Moon Boy. We will copy this layer once more. Bring it over to Moon. Paste. Oh my, you can't even see that one. Now we have to color match. Hello, Bronx. Welcome back, sweetheart. Is that really the color I want for that? Or do I want to go with the lighter blue? I feel like we should go with the lighter. Flatten that down. Back over to Blender. Replace our image. Bada bing, bada boom. Don't know how I feel about it. This one disappears. This one does not, but do we really want it that dark anyway? Let's fix the accessories, make sure that's Moon's, because I keep forgetting to do that. Oops.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass
Rosie!
out.
We were just talking about you.
Way to go, superstar! I knew you could do it. Are you just now rousing, my queen? We were talking about you. We were talking about potentially playing some games later. Yeah, part of me feels like this is too dark. And then part of me feels like this is too light. Let's try making this one just a smidge lighter. There's a happy medium somewhere in there.
Been up for a bit trying to be functional and wanted to come see a cutie being cute. Whee! I know you've got to do a recording today. But I was thinking, once I reach my time frame for today's stream, if you happen to be free, would you be interested in trying to do any kind of gaming? I don't know how I'm going to be feeling by the time we get to that point, but... kind of feeling like we need to go with this. Where do I share music or YouTube video in your Discord? If it's music or a video that you made, you're more than welcome to put that in the share your art section. If it's not something that you made and it's just something that you want to share, then we have another channel called Look What I Found that is just a share whatever. Maybe it's something cool that happened to you or something weird you saw on Facebook. It does not matter. Let's see. That's fun. They did a good job on that. One of my t-shirts duplicated once, like a glitch in the Matrix moment. Alright, let's see how this looks. It might be too light now. Nothing changed. I think the only reason it kind of starts to feel a little too dark is because of that little square. Part of me is considering removing it, and the other part of me is just like, eh. Why bother? It's fine. Leave it be. I don't want to get too much further without actually trying to start Eclipse at some point here. That being said, I guess we're ready to make that commitment. Ready's definitely not the word I want to use. Wee! All right. No time like the present. I'm sorry, I'm procrastinating so hard on this. I've been, like, dreading this. Are you easily startled? Only when I'm focusing on that's not true. I'm easily startled all the fucking time now. I don't know why. I wasn't always. I'm definitely easily startled when I'm focusing on things, though. But nah, my friends can vouch. I get jump scared by, like, the stupidest, most random things. Like, we'll be in VR and I'll round a corner too fast and someone else will be standing there and I will scream like I've been stabbed. Or, like, the worst one is I have a natural reaction to, like, just say, fuck you, if something scares me, and I've had so many times where I've been, like, just wandering around a world with somebody else in the world and not realized it. And they just fucking show up out of nowhere, and I immediately, my gut reaction, instead of like, hi, how are you? Or hey, how's it going? It's just, fuck you! Never played Dead by Daylight for your sake. Actually, you know, you're gonna judge me for this, and I fully welcome it. I don't like Dead by Daylight. Which is hilarious, because I fucking love Project Playtime, which is just a Dead by Daylight-like game, but in my opinion, better if it weren't as broken as it is. But that's just because I really like the minigames in it. I hate the generator minigame. That just, like, waiting to hit the thing in the red spot or whatever. Like, I fucking hate those. They're so boring to me. It's not a game. Main reaction to being jump scared is just going, fuck off. Would you play if there's a Poppy Playtime chapter? Absolutely. Poppy Playtime's, like, my main jam. Like, if you want me to go off about Poppy lore, I will. Just make sure that you're ready for that. Alright, let's take a look at Eclipse and see what he's got. Turn Moon off. So he has Moon's Hat, all of Sun's Rays. Didn't I do a mock-up of this? I feel like I did. Hold on. Actually, before that, let's make sure that we save the final version of all of these textures. I'm gonna make a new folder to put the finals in. Tell me then, is Doey dead or is he alive? I mean, I think it's pretty heavily implied that he's supposed to be dead. But I don't know because of recent events in the last chapter. I mean, there have been previous characters who were supposed to be dead who have since been revealed not to be dead. So who knows? Death is merely a concept. It does not stop anyone in this series. What I really want to know is Dr. Sawyer still alive? His brain might not be, but his AI uploaded self might. Brother's made of goo. He's okay. Yeah, these mascot horror characters don't like to stay dead. Except Mommy Longlegs. She's dead. Yeah, I feel like we can't really argue with her. She definitely... I don't know, man. She got wood chippered pretty hard. Alright, this one's not our final. It's funny, too, because, like, out of everybody, who became a bigger body, Mommy is one of the only ones who was just completely fucked up from the start. Like, before she ever even became a bigger body, there was something wrong with that kid. How much did Playtime Co. spend to dig as far as they did down into the earth for their company? We're practically down to the earth's core at this point. The air is not safe down there. You know, you say that, but I really don't know how deep it is. We did see daylight, I think. It's that good old Warren Beck company. They'll do anything for the right price. They don't have the tech or funds to be Aperture Science. But you see, they have Ludwig. Yeah, the daylight in Playcare was artificial, but out in the caves and stuff, there are definitely scenes where we are able to peek through and see cavernous areas that appear to have daylight showing through, but it's not been confirmed. Part of it was also a shader issue that caused, after certain parts of the game, it caused a bright light to appear throughout all of the cavern areas, and that was not an intended effect, so we're kind of just on the fence about just how deep they are right now. Help, I'm getting tired. I mean, it's pretty late, at least in my time zone. If your body is saying it's tired, then you should rest. Hold on, let me open up our other file here for Sun's Sci file. I don't know what's the difference between these two. Don't need you open anymore. What do you mean? I thought we just saved as that. Why is there so much emphasis on the smiling and nightmare critters? I want to see characters like Daisy, Candy Cat, Braun, and especially Catbee. I would die for Catbee. The OG cast from Chapter 2 needs more love apart from the button cutouts. Yeah, absolutely. Catbee, I think, is going to be coming back. And they've also been hinting extremely hard that our main character could potentially have been a Braun at some point. So if you remember the doctor who got diagnosed with terminal lung cancer and volunteered to become a bigger body to experiment on, we don't know what happened to him. Like, he got pretty seriously injured by Boxy Boo, and he was relocated into isolation because of that. But we don't know what happened to him. We don't know where he ended up. And lately, they've been dropping a lot of hints that Braun is going to play a much more prevalent role in the next chapter. As Uncle, one more thing! Have you seen the Ask Sawyer video? I have. I was there when it was being posted live. Never underestimate the love I have for that amazing man. Think I know who the player is? Let's hear your best guess. Because my money is on that doctor. I'm like almost completely convinced at this point. One more thing. Is Boxy Boo canon? Yes, he is. Boxy Boo was the first, like, successful bigger body experiment that they claim. The Warden? I would like to know more about the Warden. I really would, because, not gonna lie, there was some weird tension between that person and Sawyer. And the only thing that leads me to kind of not believe that is purely the fact that Sawyer didn't recognize us. Because he was on comfortable speaking terms with the Warden. I'm counting on Braun being the final boss, if nothing else, or at least he appears to be the final boss until we get a repeat of Pianosaurus. Justice for Pianosaurus. No, I think that we are Pianosaurus, or we are Braun. Like, I think that what happened to that doctor who became the Braun toy, I think he was eventually later transferred into a different body, which could be our player, because of the way that things were going. The fact that Pianosaurus hallucinates to see us, the player, as Braun, was really the biggest giveaway to that theory. There actually was an actual Pianosaurus back in the 80s and 90s. Check the Discord for the original. Let's see. Thing is, we don't know if the warden died, and Sawyer promised to let him out. That's true. Sawyer's not really a great man of his word, though. I would love to see more of the warden. I would love for you to be right on that, Nexus. Oh my god. Look at that lad. He's so beautiful. See, this is what makes me so mad, because I'm watching that gif of the Pianosaurus toy dancing and whatnot. Like, I want Mob Entertainment to make physical, tangible toys. Make this real. I want to buy it. Let me give you my money. I want a Pianosaurus. I want a doughy Stretch Armstrong. I want a doughy that we can recreate all those fucking TikToks that I've seen of people throwing that guppy monkey thing. Like the stretchy sand monkey at shit. Like dropping it off of like fucking 50-foot or 50-story buildings or some shit. That's exactly what I want. I want the grodiest, nastiest doughy toy. I want that thing to be black by the end of the day because of what kids would put it through. Like, that toy would age horribly, and that's exactly what I want from it. I want a Mommy Long Legs Betty Spaghetti. Yes! I even had a Betty Spaghetti when I was a kid. I wish I still had it so I could turn it into a mommy. It's funny, because I don't think I've seen a Betty Spaghetti toy in easily over a decade. Like, in person? You see Barbies and Monster High and all sorts of things like that. One of the stupidest things I had as a kid, moon shoes. You mean the instant broken ankle? I don't know who thought moon shoes were a good idea. I wanted the Skip It. Skip It was cool. That one actually was good as long as you didn't hit anything with the skippy, like the hard part at the end. They were smart and made the rope part nice and flexible, so it wasn't like a razor scooter where it would just obliterate your shins. But then you had stupid kids like me and my friends, and we would just like essentially doing the can with the Skip It. Trying to use it like a bat to hit things. It was basically nunchucks for your legs. Also, I apologize. I'm having a hard time finding the correct files here to relocate to the new area. Is it this one? No, hold on. Oh, fuck. Okay, no, I'm saving this one. What am I doing? Right, that's Moon's accessories. Save the Psy and the PNG. The Bola for kids. Watching some retro Legends of the Hidden Temple, and after seeing some of the prizes, what the fuck kind of budget were they thinking? One of the prizes for those who didn't make it to stage 1 received Hershey's chocolate syrup. Listen, if you're a kid and someone hands you a whole bottle of Hershey's chocolate syrup and says, congratulations, this is your prize, you are stoked. Because no adult can take that from you. That's yours. You won that. You earned that. You're gonna drink that shit like it's soda. Just pure liquid chocolate. I feel bad for those parents. Man, that was an era where we were all really, really, really obsessed with, like, ridiculous obstacle courses. Like, every show, or every channel had to have a show that was just some kind of obstacle course, usually involving, like, at some point, a pit of colorful goop and flags. The grand prize, a trip to space camp. Did they actually go into space? Imagine the trauma they had during re-entry. Frag, whatever I do make my debut, perhaps at a later date, how do you feel about you and I doing some retro reacts? I think that'd be fun. I've actually been meaning to do that myself at some time, because I've never really sat down and done just like a chatting stream. I honestly didn't know that that was a thing you were even allowed to do, to like react to things, which I guess that makes sense as like a lot of YouTube. Hit me up, let's do that. How about you hit me up after you've done your debut and gotten a little more comfortable with what you're doing on your channel? Because I don't want to impose on you. You're the one I want you to go at your own pace, you know? Get yourself in a comfortable spot first. Then we can figure something out. Also, your VTuber avatar. I'm really excited to see that, man. The person who created that, if that's the right one that I'm thinking of, because I didn't you have a preview video of it on your Blue Sky? Right, where you're being goated. Get up to pace and don't become big. No, I don't mean it like a competitive, like, get on my level kind of thing. Wait! Hello, Void! Thank you for joining us. Preview of the gates. I remember the gates. Oh, maybe I was snooping. Hold on. Time for me to reveal my secrets. I thought for sure I saw a video that you had shared. Nope, I did snooping. I apologize. But you have a post where you had credited the artist, and I went to go check out their page, and I think they had a preview of it there? Maybe I'm confusing it for a totally different model now. 'Cause I only know of a couple of dinosaur models. Wait! Lurking, waiting for a good time to drop in. Attempted job at the bank place fell through. I'm interviewing for a gas station on Tuesday. Aww. I'm sorry it didn't work out. It is absolutely not a reflection of you. That needs to be stressed.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate. Also, sorry, I'm not trying to just leave a blank screen here. I'm trying to genuinely see where I thought I saw this video. Wee. Wee! Check now, just posted? Oh, wow. Oh, shit! No, I hadn't seen it with the fire. Maybe the artist had posted a preview of it and then taken it down. Or maybe I really am just confusing it with a different dino I had recently seen. I know I've seen you and somebody else. Because I was marveling over how the artist had made the mouths. Look at that chomper. God, that's an awesome model. Ah, you gotta start streaming, Pyro! We want to support you! Oh, hold on, I've missed some of Void's messages here. I'm immediately looking for a different job because holy gods, fuck that. It's something for time being. Yeah. No, just to the point that I need something, yeah. I'm sorry, Void. I really hope that you're able to get something soon. I do want to have a skin toggle where my colors are inverted. Ooh, that'd be really cool. All right, let me figure out which one of these. We've got a couple more we need to save. Oops. Why are there two of you? Woof. My whole computer seized up for a second there. And that is the correct moon. That is the incorrect moon. You're the dead moon. Moon. And let's save PNG. Okay. I think we have everything set aside now for both sun and moon. And what I'm going to do here... I'm going to open up our body first. So we will have both moon and sun as our PNG files. And I'm gonna overlay them and start cutting out the pieces that we want for each, for Eclipse. So we're gonna save this right off the bat and save this as Eclipse. And now I have to look up what the fuck Eclipse is gonna look like. I had a partial preview here at one point? No, that's nothing. Let me get some of the concept art that I had. I never did a colored version, but I know I did his head, and he had, I think, a set design. Oh no. No, I think all the pictures are on my phone, which means I'm never gonna fucking find them. I think I just have the one headshot. Let me see. If I can find them really quick. But this was a while ago, so I'm not sure. God, scrolling through my screenshots of my art and everything. It's like poppy playtime, poppy playtime, poppy playtime, popple, 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 moss, moss, poppy playtime. Freddy! There's one. Was it really that long ago? I think it just didn't save them in the right spot. Yeah, no, they're just not saved in the right spot. Yeah, we. Only one that I can find is this very nondescript one. I thought for sure I had like a full body one somewhere, but... Wait! Wah! PNG? That sounds like an illness. Do you suffer from PNG? Well, now we can help. Introducing JPEG. Mr. Harry Popper playtime. What did Harry Potter say when putting gas in his car? Expensive petroleum! No, all I'm gathering from this is I know I had 3 rays on each side of the head. And that's about it. So I guess that's what we're gonna go with. Jump scaring sounds must be stopped while you're modeling and drawing. Ah, but you see, I have ADHD, and therefore this is just kind of what it's like in my head, as is. There's always some kind of noises going on in there. Alright, so we need to identify what UVs we need for sun. Wow, a big stretch. Weh. Her reactions? Just to correct you very gently here, I do use they, them pronouns, and if you must use the binary, I prefer you to stick with he. What is that? What is that? Why do you have that? Why do you only have that on one of them? They should all be the same. Don't do this to me. Alright, I'm gonna look up Eclipse and see what parts are sun and what part are moon. It looks like... we're gonna keep sun's face being the moon, ironically. Let me just grab this picture and put this on Psy with me. It is a fucked up UV. And I remember having an issue with specifically the middle one and the bottom one. I don't remember what happened, but I had to meticulously go in and fix it for sun and moon, and I don't remember if I did it for Eclipse. It's gonna upset me if I did not. It looks like I did, though. Maybe? Hold on. Uh-oh. I did not. Why are you there? What? How are you there? Oh my god, what is that? What the fuck happened? Okay. Well, that's gonna get fixed off stream. What the hell? How did they get up there? How did... They're like in these little bits. Is it front and back? Oh no, how many of you are like that? Is it just you? Okay, we might be able to salvage this. I think it's just the front and back ones of that lad. How the fuck did that happen? What is... This is a joke. How did it, like, shatter itself like that? Oh, please tell me the rest of you is not going to be this way. Hold on. In fact, get your head out of here. Oh, no! No! Why do you have a UV over here? The rest are all fine. What happened? I'm wondering. I have a new plan. Yes, this is what I'm going to do. Sun? Get duplicated. Eclipse? Get telteated. Problem solved. I have no idea how that happened. I sincerely don't. And I couldn't even begin to unpack how. I don't think I could recreate that if I tried. Also, our ads are going to play in about a minute here. Something it wanted to match the AR world. So I think what could have happened is, just to like touch in the actual technical side of things, I vaguely remember when I made these that I duplicated the first one and then manually rotated by percentages around a central spot. And I thought I had done the UVs first for that one. But somehow, I genuinely don't know. At least it's easy to fix. At least I'm hoping. Because there really shouldn't be any difference whatsoever between sun's rays and eclipse rays. The biggest difference between Eclipse and the others is the pants. The reason for that is because Moon has solid pants. You can see these are the pant legs. And that's because of the stars. Whereas with Sun, I cut his up based on the stripes, just like you would with sewing. That way there'd be no pixelated overspill between each stripe. It creates a much crisper line. You have the VODs to look back on, but gosh, that's bananas. That's true. I should go back and see what the fuck went wrong. But yeah, hopefully that is our fix for it, because God, that is terrifying. I don't ever want to look at that again. Although I will say we need to figure out what we're doing with the pants situation. Now that, you know what, let's take Eclipse out of the equation for a second here. We're going to make a new duplicate of just pants. This is a cool song. I'm going to save this one to a playlist. All right, so from what I'm looking at, the top part of the pants are Moon, and the lower half become Sun. I wonder if we can get away with chopping up their two separate pairs of pants and splicing them together with the UVs. So we'll start with Sun. Turn off everybody's main layers. Start with Sun's pants. And determine... Part of me is like, we should do it asymmetrically, but... This isn't shattered versions. This is just the regular version. The non-decommissioned version. I don't think that's going to work either, because that's where Moon's hat is. Let me try something. Now, the only problem with this is that, you know, we can stick to the two separate materials. You can actually continue to use Sun and Moon's materials separately. But then we have this terrible transition area. And in order for that to work, yeah, I don't think it's going to. Alpha mask? See, I don't know a whole lot about texture work, to be perfectly honest. Like, if I just need to do it all on 1, 2, 3 materials, I can do that. But I really don't want to have to recut and relay out all these UVs. If I can save myself the trouble for it, that'd be great, but let's stitch this up. We don't want to merge by distance because that's going to cause a problem. We just want to merge in this area. There we go. Wait a minute. Was I planning on just drawing the stripes on? Honestly, that might just be smarter. Okay, okay, I'm gonna do it that way. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just going to mark on here which UVs we want, which area for the UVs we want, and we'll recreate these stripes by drawing them on for Eclipse. At least until I learn more about alpha masks, apparently. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn these pants on, and we're going to be blipping back and forth. Oh, wait. Huh? Oh, I'm on Suns, that's why. Yeah, we're going to be jumping back and forth between the two. I think what I'll do is just mark out like this. The same spots that we had the stripes. Oh. Interesting. Not gonna have to worry about that part. we only need to worry about the lower half. Which stripes am I grabbing? Okay. So these are the UVs I want to export. And I'm going to name the file after whatever color it is that we're highlighting. So that would be red. These are our red lines. So we pulled our red stripes over. And we can go back to... Honestly, I think we're going to start with Moon. Just because he's got the pants. Go to our final Moon. Okay. We're going to grab you. We're going to overlay you. We're going to go grab Sun as well. Because we want Sun's rays, I think. Okay. We're also going to, while we have it, invert this. And that way I can get the yellow stripes as well. And the reason I want to do it this way is so that I can hopefully get away with something kind of like this. We'll get rid of this. Grab that red. And probably do a pretty solid job all the way across. I'm not going to worry about anything above the leg. Okay, and then we'll open up the other one. It's our yellow stripes. Do the same shit. And grab a yellow. Close this. Same deal. Instant stripes. Looks like I did miss a spot. All right. Now, the overall thought here is that I will recreate...
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Dude, I would not survive teaching high schoolers. I'm going to save this already as a sci file for Eclipse, or a layered file. And I think what we'll do in the end, once I have both of these... Currently, the yellow stripes and the red stripes are two separate layers. I'm merging them right now. And what we will do in the end, once I have them rendered the way that they are on Sun's pants, I want to try and recreate that as much as possible. We will take the airbrush tool and set it to eraser and kind of just do a sort of fade. America. No. It's fucking stupid. Something kind of like that, though. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I've seen some people do, like, shooting stars, and I like that. But I'm also very determined to keep it canon. God bless the USA. Does Eclipse have something going on with his hat? What does his hat look like? Is it just Moon's hat? Or does he have, like, kind of a stripey gradient to it? Looks like it's just Moon's hat. Wait, is that... Okay, that's Shadow, a gumball machine, and Taiyaki? Yeah! I love Taiyaki. I used to make it all the time. I haven't made it for quite a while now, but that's also just because I haven't really been able to find a place that sells good red bean paste. Actually, I'm overdue to add a sticker of Sawyer, his eyeball, to the little square in the center of the back of my tablet there. What's with the Yoshi eggs? Those are people. So this is Sleepy. This is Selfish Kaiju, the one who raided into us earlier today. We have Soulstone. And Taku. So these are all people who have decided to stay eggs instead of dinosaurs. You love fish-shaped cakes. I sure do. Literally 90% of the appeal of the fish-shaped cake to me is the fish shape. Got a cake recipe for you with many fish-shaped ingredients. Oh? Alright, I think this'll work, but I want to make sure that I do the stripes good before then. So, I'm gonna have to try my best to recreate the gradient that we have going on for Sunny. I think to do that... The portal cake that one of the cores say. You know, you can make just literally... Oh, you can just make literally any cake into a fish shape. I'm aware of this. It's also the reason why I've done this before. I forgot about the portal cake. With the fish-shaped ingredients. Fish-shaped sediment. One more thing. Have you seen Wicked Makers make an actual Dr. Sawyer? I have. It looks so good, but they made his eyeball too big. He kind of looks like he's like Desu version. I'm jealous though. I would not be able to be trusted with that machine in my house. Fish-shaped crackers, fish-shaped candies, fish-shaped solid waste, fish-shaped dirt, fish-shaped ethyl benzene. Wicked Makers has done some really amazing stuff. Like, their catnap looked amazing, their dog day looked incredible. Their Yarnaby was very small. He was like half the size of regular Yarnaby. Thank you for getting the uncle reference. Dude, I quote uncle so many fucking times for someone who has no reason to be doing that. Like, any time that I have ever had to fake chanting for a fucking bit, it's always Yumo Gwai Gwai Fighty Sao. I fucking loved that show. I really need to go back and rewatch it. Honestly, most of my art style came from shows like that. To those of you who don't know, we're talking about Jackie Chan Adventures. Jackie Chan Adventures should have ended at season 3? Oh. I don't remember what happens in any of the seasons. It's been so long. I remember the talismans, and then the demons came into the human world. And then after that, I don't remember anything. And then they did a weird arc with all of these masks. And I didn't get to see a lot of that. They were kind of like phasing it off of TV as that series was coming in. Barely remember that show as a kid. I remember trying very hard as a kid to style my hair to look like Jade's hair. Like, I wanted the anime look of the spiky bangs or whatever they are. Basically what fucking Knights of Guinevere has done with her bangs. Hold on, I'm pulling up a picture. This was like how I drew hair on every character. This, like, the curtain bangs. Season 1 was the talismans, Season 2 was the demons, Season 3 actual animals of Chinese zodiac, and Season 4 was the Oni masks. Season 5 was Draco Shendu's son? Shendu fucked? Who? Not me Googling Draco. Or Drago? Ew! What the fuck? Damn, your kid came out ugly as fuck! Why does he look like an Osmosis Jones villain? Draco was one of the characters who had no backstory. He was just plop right into the story. Welcome. Yeah, it seems like it. Man, that sucks. That's something we're definitely gonna have to do like a group watch of at some point. The demons were so cool from that show. It's actually one of the first times I remember seeing a demon, or any kind of character that was like a large woman, where that just was allowed to be how she looked without it having to be the butt of a joke. I mean, like, obviously they're gonna make jokes about it. I don't remember them really doing that a lot, though. I think that was just sort of her thing, was that she was a large woman. Demon. I could be wrong. But look at her. I love her. Favorite was Saulan, the moon demon. Is that the guy who had like the long snoot and the robe? All the demons looked really cool. I definitely had a thing for the guy who was like a bat. He was very gender. No, we are totally getting sidetracked with this. And that's fine, because I'm going to be honest, I am so not wanting to do Eclipse's texture. Nudity's okay as long as you don't show a nipple. She don't even got boobs. They could have done that. They could have given her big old boobies, and they didn't. I appreciate that. Also, this, between this character and the bat, what was his name? Yeah, Siwoo? Trying to find a clearer picture of him, but he's not as easy to find a picture of. Him. He went by, like, vampire rules. I vaguely remember a scene where, like, he was trying to get into their house, and he couldn't enter the house unless he was invited, so he had to, like, trick Jade into inviting him in. I don't know. There was something manipulative about that I liked. He was a cool character. But him and her, these two designs were, like, directly targeted at my monster fucker gene. These are bi monster fucker confusion, gender confusion for me as a child. Bisa got the tentacle hair. Yeah. I love how I've stumbled upon the wiki now. And under family, it's got all of them are related. It's sister, brother, sister, sister, brother, 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 and then Drago, nephew. The afterthought. We. All right. I need to focus. I need to try and do a little more here. How are we on our time? Got about half an hour left. We can work with that. All right, we're gonna hold off on doing the defining parts of the pants. Now, the problem with Eclipse is that he's really not clear on what is what. So I'm gonna go partially off of his model and partially off of his toy. Oh, that's right. He just like straight up busted that part of his face off. It was Moon, though. It looks like... Okay. Don't need you. Be gone. I'm just going to start manually erasing parts on Sun's layer. And we'll start to figure it out from there. This is going to look so fucking weird. We don't know what color his teeth were on that side, because that part of his face is broken. This is gonna fuck me up, man. Every fiber of my being is like, no, it's not correct. It needs to be correct. What do you mean there's no correct? What am I supposed to do? Just make it up? Like a heathen? What do I look like, an artist? Back to Jackie Chan Adventures while you're doing your art. At the start of season 3, it was actually Jackie who destroyed the talismans on purpose. That does check out, though. Because he had been kind of talking about how they're dangerous and not good to have. Like, they're too powerful, people can't be trusted with them. Throughout the show, I thought. We do have a broken eye, don't we? Yes. Definitely not those colors, but they are now. Man, this is going to be so fucking weird to look at. I really wish that shows like Jackie Chan Adventures would show up more. I liked that it wasn't just superhero, you know? Like, don't get me wrong, superhero stuff's fine. But I'm really tired of everything having to be Marvel or DC. Jackie Chan Adventures was its own entirely unique thing. It wasn't dependent on other shit. It was just here, and you got to build its own entire lore and its own story, and it was nice. And no one was wearing spandex. Do you know that the voice of Jackie is also the voice of the cabbage merchant from Avatar? I did not know that. That's great. Oh boy. Gonna have to figure out which ones of these are moons and which ones are suns. Oh, these are the eyelids. Those are gonna get done separately. Because I still forgot I have to do that on sun and moon. I forgore. That was a really sick electric guitar riff. I like this band. I'm gonna have to check out their stuff. Oh no, I'm gonna have to split this down the center. I'm just gonna take a guess for now. That's your upper and lower lip. Hold on, let's go back to the body. Why are you doing that face? Don't do that. So everything on this side, we're gonna need to be this color. Still can't believe the Oscars are now introducing the best stunt category now after Jackie Chan is not really doing much movies anymore. That's dumb! He should get an honorary one! If you're gonna introduce a new category, you need to do, like, throughout the years leading up. Like, go back and just add a couple in there, you know? Mostly accurate. This is like the single coolest fucking guitar solo ever. Oh no. Oh noes. Much as I've brought up Jackie Chan Adventures, I've never really been a fan of Kung Fu movies. Never was interested. Me either. Which I always thought was really funny because, like, I'm in the same boat. I loved Jackie Chan Adventures, and I just really was not that big of a fan or cared a whole lot about kung fu. It was the art style and the topic. Like the subject matter of magic talismans doing cool things and summoning demons that were maybe or maybe not very attractive, and I would maybe be interested in marrying one day. I had big dreams as a child. Most of them involving monsters. You're one to judge, Bug. Oh, that's a separate piece. No judgments from me as far as foreign movies, unless it was a Godzilla movie, not interested. It's funny because I wasn't really that big on anime either. I had a very hard time getting into anime. I loved certain ones a lot. But then other ones that like all of my friends were into, I just could not like. I couldn't get into it. Like I was never able to get into Naruto. Just wasn't my thing. What's up with this? What's happening here? Oh, that's going to be a bit tricky. Okay. A little bit above the corner. And what are these D shapes? Kung Fu Hustle's the only Kung Fu movie I'll watch again and again, and can't wait for 2. Buddy Jacob got me back into anime. He suggested I watched Monster Musume, and I've been a fan of romance anime ever since. A good favorite and underrated one is Shikimori. I'll have to check that out. One that we've recently been watching is a newer one that's come out. Night of the Living Dead. And it's about cats and people getting turned into cats like it's a zombie apocalypse, except there's no blood and guts or anything. And none of the cats die. Because all of humanity has decided that it is absolutely against the question, or against the possible solutions to kill a cat. It is exactly the kind of anime that was made for me. I don't know why I put these so close together. That was not a great idea on my behalf. What about this one? What is that? Oh, that's the eyebrow. Okay, that's gonna stay. Teeth. Put that panel away. Okay, we already did that. Your inside of your mouth, though. I guess that's gonna split straight through the center. Which side is the center, though? That side. So that's gonna be the dark side. The dark side of the moon. I'll stop. Favorite monster girl is Mia, the snake girl. La Mia. What's that one anime that's about the, what is it, Dragon Maid? I never watched that one, but I feel like I probably would have maybe liked it. But I don't know anything about it. I just know it had dragons. Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. Yeah, I liked the way the dragon characters were being written. Just from what little I had seen of it. All right. What about your torso? So you kind of have, I guess, Sun's beige on the arm and these parts, and then Moon's blue. And that's definitely Moon's arm. Moon's buttons. Okay. Which arm do we want? We'll just highlight all of the sun parts again. Doop, 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 doop. Crap. Get naked. I forgot we have to do, like, your whole fucking body. Wait, what about your legs? We don't-
Did you
Wait.
remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Nexus, for the reminder to save. Go ahead and do that here. Ukoa, she does have her moments, rare as they are, but she's mainly the look at my big booba pretty woman. What would you do after finishing the model? I would probably get it set up to list for sale. Oh wait, that's what I was going to do. I was going to look at the leg. We only know what one of his legs looks like. The other one just got ripped the fuck off. Whose ankle do you have? Where? Whose ankle is this? That's Moon's ankle. Okay. I'm just going to stick with the middle split. Adore your style. Thank you, Nexus. Oh, what about the hands? You don't have those either. Smoon, what the fuck happened to you, buddy? You have, like, half of a palm. Ain't got shit on this side. You got, like, the back of...
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Hi, Rosie. Welcome back. Rosie, do you know what color Eclipse's hands are? Because I know the toy just did everything straight through the middle, but the toy's not accurate to him. Like, he's got these glowy bits, and the toy doesn't have those. But I'll stick with straight through the middle. Just seems like the logical thing. I love! What are we gonna do for the backside? I can check VRC, I can check one of the ripped game models. I don't know, because I think people took a lot of liberties on those. Like, I can't find a straight answer about his hat, either. People like to give Eclipse the moon hat, but change the colors to red and yellow instead. And I don't know if that's actually what happens. Like, if it ever actually does show like that. Thought they were ripped from the game. They can be, but people like to go in and change things about them too. So one example being, Sun and Moon have in-game emissions that aren't used. Meaning they do have the ability to glow, but that part of the game got scrapped. So the files are there, but it's never used in-game, so we don't ever actually get to see how that effect was supposed to look. A lot of people will still put that onto the model when they port it and be like, yeah, this is just how I want it to be. But I don't know. I don't like using other people's ideas. I like to use my own ideas. I want to be uninfluenced. I just want the raw content. Damn it, I thought I'd been nice to myself and left a split right through the center of this piece so I could do a mirrored version of it, but ah well. Alright, so these are all the pieces that I have to erase now. At least I was smart and mostly kept everything on the correct side. What about you? I'm just gonna go with my gut. I'm sorry you guys have to keep putting up with me doing this whole pep talk to myself. I'm nervous. I don't like making decisions. 'Cause if they aren't good ones, then I'm the one who's responsible. Got a screenshot from a idea? Video and show and tell. Let's see. If it's a video, it's not really playing, but it does help because I can see the backs of his hands now. Thank you. I think something we might try is once we decide which part will be what, we might overlay the sun and moon textures a little bit more on each other and just kind of have a little bit more editing to sort of merge them. Like, this is a really stark contrast between our light pale blue and this yellow. So maybe in some places I'll find, like, I'll do an overlay of the two. Like, if I set this to 50%. Maybe we'll go with this kind of... Sorry, I was trying to think of a word to describe this color. Then the only thing that's coming to mind here is cereal milk, specifically after eating Lucky Charms. Oh, put the video in? Let's see. Oh my god, I forgot how shrill he screams. Looks like the hat is red with sun. At least in the other world. But there's no stars on it. Yeah, it's like solid red. Huh. His hands are the same faint colors as his arms. That's really funny. Because as soon as you said that, his hands are the same faint colors as... Oh shit, my avatar is frozen. Hold on. Get ready for Big Raptor. But yeah, if you watch the video, as soon as he gets quote-unquote rebooted, his texture changes completely. Weh! Hi, Berserk! Long time no see. Yeah, so specifically, watch his lower arms. Because before he's rebooted, they both look like moons. But after he's rebooted, you'll notice that the moon shape next to where he gets rebooted blips out of existence for a second. That's the texture swap happening. That's the game trying to load in an alternate texture. And there's just some subtle tweaked differences for their final design of Eclipse. That's really, really funny. I've never noticed that until now. Because that whole arm changes back to sun. Well, our ads are about to play in a minute here. So I guess it would depend on the level of light. It's definitely Moon's hand after he's rebooted. Okay. Let's keep going with that. Would be epic to make a light-based texture, right? And there is a way to do that too. It's something to do with the parameters, but I would love, 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 love to be able to figure that out and how to do it. That would be like my dream for this avatar. Time I get going. It's nearly midnight and I must be off to bed. Got some important matters to tend to in the afternoon. Keep in touch. See you soon. Yeah, it's good to see you, Pyro. Thank you. Yes, Pyro. I tried to say Spino and my brain was like, no, that's Spyro, and it wouldn't let it happen. No, the ads! Ah, crap. I don't know if you can still hear me or not, but thank you for hanging out with us this week. It was so cool to see you and hang out with you. And I definitely would be interested in hitting up in the future once you've kind of gotten the feel for streaming and
you will hear a buzzer.
What you're doing and how you want to go about it.
Stare at the art.
Thank you very much. We will hopefully continue to see you around. No ads because of Twitch Turbo. Fuck yeah! Yeah, we'll see you around. Have a fantastic weekend. What is this middle dot? Ah, that's your neck piece. What color would that be? Doesn't matter, because we're not going to see it anyway. Although it looks like it's yellow. Now, did I do everything on that side? Everything, yes. Everything straight down the middle. And our big chess piece. Save myself some time then. See, this is where I'm like, oh, yay, I love Past Me! Past Me made life so much easier on myself! So I just put everything in a box. And then I'll find something else, like that sun ray from earlier. Be like, Past Me, what the fuck? We have a strained relationship. Oh, wow. This talented raptor has been working super hard. We love him. He's the goodest boy. Where? Thank you, Rosie. That last bit of our ads does do it for our regularly scheduled time.
Superstar! I knew you could do it.
I fucking love Freddy so much. I was gonna say we started an hour late, and that I should go further. But I realized, no, we have hit the 6-hour mark, so anything over is additional at this point. Which is fine. I don't think I really want to stop right now. Oh! But we're gonna anyway! Because it's time for Parco Fagore. We almost went the whole stream without him. Can you believe that, guys? Chi, 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 whoop-bye. Boing, boing. Chi, 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 whoop-bye. Boing, boing. Hey, come on! Moge, 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 moge. Chi, chi, wo, moge. Moge! Thank you so much, Rosie. This would have been a horrible stream without that. Bone Mama bless you today. Thank you, Bone Mama. I love you too. Saving mine for a big raid. I'm gonna have to find some way of adding an even more expensive redeem for you guys and not tell you what it is. Just to drive you mad. That's what Rosie's done to me. Rosie has one reward, or one redeem, that's like 100k. I don't know what it is, but I've been saving. Looks like we're not touching any of the gray pieces. That should be the same on both of them. My friend has a 100k redeem that just says end stream. I'll put one that's 1 million. It just says retire. I think that's just about going to do it for our face stuff anyway. Hold on, I think there's like a piece on the back of the nose I think we gotta get. Because yes, his nose is 3-dimensional. It does disconnect at a certain point. And that's going to stay the blue. Wait, what piece is that then? No. Give me schnoz. It's you. All right. I don't know what all these little tidbits. Oh, this is the hook hand. Crap. Okay. We do need to fix some of these. What colors are we going to put around Eclipse's border? I guess we could do half and half. It would be the opposite half, though. Oh, dear. Why? Why did I do this to myself? Okay. Oh, this is bad. Oh, they're gonna line up in 2 separate spots. Past frag, why? Do the same thing here. A little further down. This one's... I'm not really too concerned with this piece. It is a very tiny area. And if somebody wants to be fussy over it, then... yeah, be fussy about it. Be loud and proud about how fussy you are over it. I'm still not gonna fix it. All right, and now because I have an indicator on the bottom here of his head that tells us which state is active, I want this red one to be lit up now. We don't have that for either of them, so we will have to make a new layer. We're going to erase the spot for sun to be lit up. I will do an emissions mask on this so that it will glow. That could be brighter, but I don't want it to be blinding, you know? Oh, I'll just use the same color as his eye. Yeah, so when I said I don't want it to be blinding, I'm making it blinding. All right. Now the real struggle is figuring out which features to go with for the hook hand. If I even decide to keep the hook hand. Maybe we'll figure that out after we've got the rest of Eclipse. But let's go ahead and save that. See how it's looking. We're going to save this flat as a PNG. And we're going to go back over to Blender, and we are going to swap that out so that we can finally see what the hell this is looking like. Hopefully not terrible. I did something backwards. Oh no, I did the wrong side! How did I do this? Am I just having a day? Ow. I thought I selected all the right ones. Did I have the canvas flipped when I was doing it? No. What? 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 Okay, no, I was thinking it backwards. I was thinking backwards. So, okay, yep. I know what I did wrong. Ignore me. That was a practice run. I selected all of the ones that I wanted to keep as moon. And then I erased on this one all of the parts that were sun. And I just kind of translated the information wrong in my head. So we're gonna redo that a little bit. Let's just I'm looking all smug over here like, oh, look at me. Look at me. I've done so good at keeping up with my time. And look at me, past me, being so nice to myself. Fucking present me. I drew Popple the gumball machine. Aw. Didn't pink because it's annoying. Let me go see. Oh! Oh my gosh, you've been posting more than one just picture in here. Let's see. I love the brush that you use. I don't know if maybe it's just the resolution you're at or what, but I really like the line weight that you've got it carrying. That Papa looks so cute! Oh my god, I adore him! He looks so good in your style. That's really awesome. Thank you so much. FNAF Popple win. It's only on Procreate. Hey, Procreate's a great program from what I've been told. I don't have any Apple devices, so I have never been able to work with it, but from what I've seen, it seems like a pretty decent program. I used to have a slideshow that would run in the corner where Popple is right now. And I've been thinking, eventually I'd like to bring that back on certain days. And just kind of showcase other people's art. I want to be able to set it up so that other people can, like, choose to submit stuff that they would like to share and have featured. It would obviously have to go through some kind of approval process, but I don't know, I want to help other people grow. I want to show off the stuff that you guys make. Like, that's kind of the whole point of all of us being here and hanging out and doing art together. 5 nights at the barber shop and Popple's the gumball machine in the entryway. He doesn't really do much, but if you try to leave early, he'll trip you. Question, Popple is one character of yours or the game? Popple is actually a character of mine. So he started out as a fan character of the Amazing Digital Circus, and he's just kind of developed into his own thing since then. Fine, I'll do it myself. How would we even make him into FNAF anything? Oh god, no, he'd just be like the lemonade clown. Oh, I hate that clown. No! These are like... These are like the cousins that Popple doesn't like to talk about. He hates family get-togethers because of these two specifically. He'd be better than the lemonade clown. That's not lemonade. No, we don't talk about it. Reminds me of Benson from Regular Show. I feel so bad because I've never watched Regular Show. I would love to sit down with people who were fans of Regular Show and actually watch it with them because I feel like I never learned the humor. Oops. Wait. Maybe I should just take the whole bottom out of this area. With the exception of Alright, so hopefully this will reverse my past mistakes. Can't believe I did the wrong fucking side like that. There we go. And then we'll do the exact opposite. I'm just going to take everything out for this layer. Re-erase some of these. What if Candy Cadet was his cousin? Oh my god, that would work too! Popple, why do you fit in with so many franchises? Like designing robots, so you may or may not like what I'm going to do with Popple. Do whatever you like to him. He exists to be tortured by all. See, this is what we really need, a mod to put Popple into Pizza Sim, the gumball guru. Have you guys ever used a vending machine or like a gumball machine that the candy was just like insanely old? Oh, ah! Hello, another other?
Another underscore other has raided the channel with 7 eggs.
Welcome, welcome. You and all of your eggies. Let's get you a shout out here. How was your stream? What were you doing? Oh god, I'm sorry, I've disturbed your egg. Lizor attack! Posture check! Thank you, I've been shrimping a little bit. You guys are just in time to see if I've hecked up again. So I've been working on this texture of Eclipse from Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, and I may or may not have accidentally erased the wrong side of the avatar, and we're gonna hopefully have fixed that with this one. Let's see. Go back over. See, I have the wrong part of his body, Moon. So we will reload the image now and find out if we've got it right this time. Yay! He's 2 halves of a whole boy. So now we've got to get the rest of our stuff going for him. But we finished up Moon today, and we finished up Sun separately. And through the 2 of them, we can now amalgamate Eclipse. Forgot that Moon and Sun kind of amalgamate into Eclipse at some point. Yeah, there you go, same brain cell. It's actually one of the big things that we've been hung up on today is just trying to figure out what colors go where when he becomes Eclipse.
Did you remember to save? all of your files?
Thank you, Kat, because I don't think we've saved since we've spliced together those pants. So let's make a new save. This is Moon number 49. Available at Sears. Sorry. All right. No, that's Kmart. Also, hey, Fubar. You're still in business? Probably not. I was trying to think of one of the places that we used to have at our mall. What was it? We had Sears and JCPenney. What was the big one, though? Like, everybody had one of those. Maybe it was JCPenney. No, Macy's. That's the one I was thinking of. Because of the Thanksgiving Day parade. God, Macy's. I don't think I ever went to a Macy's. Sears went the way of the dodo. Here, let's hop over to our Eclipse accessories side and also save that so we can have a preview of what these pants might look like. All right, now that's going to be, oops, this layer. So we are going to replace this texture, PNG, whatever we want to call any of this anymore. My brain is like melting in real time. Huzzah! Look at him, little booty shorts. I mainly just want to see if these stripes line up with Sun's pants. And they do. Thank goodness for that. So we're going to play a little bit of hell trying to line up the gradients. But that's not too bad. Eclipse, where's your hat? There it is. We got a Macy's, JCPenney, and a Kohl's at my local mall. Also, I'm going to be looking into building my own trailer since I'm finally home. Fuck yeah! I've seen some pretty fancy trailers. People do amazing stuff with small homes now. I feel like I'd be comfortable in a tiny home. God, he's coming along cute. I do think he has... Let's check. Yeah, so he does keep Moon's ribbons on his neck, ankle, just the one, and Moon's buttons. Wait a minute. No, that's untrue. These are Sun's ribbons. Eh. Okay, hold on. Let's find that file. We are going to get Sun and Moon's accessories. I'm living at my parents' place since I've got home, so I don't need to worry much about the plumbing. That's good. That's how my sister lived for quite a while there, actually. Time for me to go already, I'm afraid. Oh, that's all right. I figure since you were raiding, you'd have to go. Have a great stream. Good luck with the model. Thank you so much, another other. And thank you everyone else who came from the raid. You are more than welcome to chill here for as long as we'll be going. I hope that you have a fantastic weekend. We won't be going here for much longer, I don't think. It really just depends on where I feel like stopping. And right now, I'm still feeling a little bit of momentum, so we're going to just keep going with it until it runs out. Whoa, wait a minute. Oh, that's... Huh. That's not right. Is it? No, it's not. Where did that file come from? Got big plans. I want to build a custom frame for a truck I want to build since I'm planning on starting a recycling business. Oh, fuck yeah! Okay, there we go. Something's still off. Whoa, hello, hold on, what's happening here? We've got some overspill, that's not good. When did that happen? I don't like that. Because that means that sun's texture is a little bunked up too. Maybe we can fix it though. Alright, let's save suns over again so that that can be rewritten properly. And let's take moons. Oh boy. I need to figure out where your ankle pieces are. Because even though the toy has it... Actually, let's check that video if we can. I don't know if it'll show up or not. Okay, yeah, no. At no point do we seem to see his lower half after he's rebooted. Oh, that's not true. We have like a glimpse of an ankle. I feel like a man in the Victorian era. And in our final design, it is blue. So all that work for naught. All right. Well, less work for me. Actually, that's a good thing. That means one less material. So let me resave it as Moon and Eclipse so that I know in the future that's going to be for both of them. So it looks like the last thing that we need to do here is the stripes on the pants. Oh, do I really want to do that tonight, though? Part of me says yes, because get it out of the way and not have to do it anymore. And then the other part of me is like, no, no, you've already done enough work today. Let me get the UV map real quick. Because we're going to need to know where some of these spots line up. Don't need you anymore. Don't need you. I'm going to save this as our layered file and close out of it, because I don't think we need to fuck with the body anymore for now. Wait a minute. Oh no. No, I fucked up. Okay. We can save this, I think. So remember when I was meticulously doing this part? Well, that's gone now. So I'm going to flatten our sun layer, copy, create from clipboard. And we're just going to undo until I can find that again. There it is. Okay, cool. No, don't do that. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Shouldn't have created from clipboard. That was my folly. But that's okay. We could just manually realign everything. Because I'm good like that. This is why we can do what AI can't. We just have to be stupid about it. Why? Because sometimes the things that we do in art are stupid. Good enough. All right, and then we will get rid of this little corner. There we go. Merge that back together. And resave everything. Go back over to Blender and make sure that that's saved correctly this time. It's only so much future you can take. It's such a cryptic thing to say. All right, so it should have set it up now so that the back of Eclipse's head is different than what it currently is. Yes, perfect. And we've got our little error light on. Kind of feel like it's more blue than... Oh. Do I really want to fix that? No, I don't. I don't know, it's kind of a neat effect, actually. Alright. What the hell was I doing? I think my brain blue screened again. Hey, what's up? Hi, Inkbleeder. How's your evening going? Long time no see. I felt so bad. I wanted to join you at some point on VR over the weekend last weekend, but I had to spend my whole weekend trying to get footage to put Doey and Dog Day up for sale to show what the avatars have on them and everything. Oh my god. Doey's still not done. Doey's avatar video is still a work in progress, and I'm dying over it. I don't know what it is about that wad of fucking Play-Doh that is just ruining my life here, but... I'm hoping that I can get it done over the course of, like, between Friday and Saturday. Because with any luck, I'm thinking that Rosie's going to be actually available for playing Deltarune this weekend. Fingers crossed, nothing promised, but... Thinking of updating my Mama Gen model this weekend. What are you going to update it with? I am going to play around with these pants just a little bit. And we'll see how much we can get them to match. Looks like our gradient stops at around this high up. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Oops, that should not have been that. I don't think that's going to work. Just the newer version, as well as all the clothes that it comes with. Still going to be the safer work version, though. I think I might have shown you the OC that she wound up being. I think you did, but I don't have any memory of it right now. I'm also very brain dead because I've been staring at clown pants for the last 6+ hours. Drawing FNAF Popple and constantly saying, oh god, it's horrible! That's such a promising sign for me. Basically a jellyfish, anemone, octopus, alien in an organic passing fursuit. Sounds very up Foe's alley. I don't know why that immediately drew his attention out of the ether. Apparently Warframe's getting a mushroom frame, and what's the term for little fungi having cheeks? Little caked up fungi. Okay, hold on for a second. We gotta talk about adult conversation topic right now. So, my channel is 18 and up. If you are 18 below, or well, I guess 17 below, get the fuck out. But on the topic of mushroom butts, I'm not going to be linking this. You will have to look them up yourself because it's definitely a sexual thing. But there is a company called Hodgepodge Entourage. Entourage is spelled with a U, or an E, by the way. They have introduced a new model. I believe it's pronounced Moi. It's Moi the Myconoid. And for full clarity, they are a Bad Dragon adjacent company. I'm so upset over it though, because they keep showing all these different versions of this model that they've made, and it's just a mushroom, and it's so fucking cute. It makes me so angry, because there's all these little dicks, and they're just mushrooms, and they're so cute! Really awesome company, though, and I'm saying that not as an endorsement, but just because I've worked with silicone. The silicone that I used back when I was making fursuit stuff is the exact same silicone that all of these adult toy companies use. So I am kind of well-versed in what it requires to pour silicone and make them look good. It's all the same methods, all the same materials. So I was making fursuit parts for noses, paw pads, tongues, things like that. And it's all the exact same methods. So it's kind of the only stuff I get to look at to really be impressed by color mixing and pouring with silicone is adult toys. And furries know a thing or two about how to make some beautiful silicone colors. Hodgepodge Entourage has single-handedly blown my fucking mind over the possibilities of silicone colorants and what you can do with them. I have truly never seen better silicone work in my entire life. Like, I wish I could show some of their stuff just to, like, express the admiration of the color quality. But even if you are not someone who is sexually active or interested in the act of the sex, highly recommend looking it up and taking a look at their stuff just to see some really incredible silicone. Do you sit on a little mushroom guy? I mean, in a way. And I don't know if I'd be able to link to, like, their blue sky. I think things are... Yes and no. Fuck it. I am going to link it. In the Discord, maybe? See, here's the thing. I'm linking to a public Blue Sky profile here. So anyone has access to it. Anyone can find them this way. I don't want to directly link in the Discord server, just in the off chance that someone who's joined the Discord server might be below 18. But because this is their public Discord, or their public Blue Sky account to advertise the company, I'm more comfortable with being able to share the link for it. You'd have to go onto their website yourself. Spoiler it with a warning. Yeah, that's a good point. I am going to keep this in show and tell, for sure. There we go. So again, we don't do not safe for work in that server. I don't approve of people posting not safe for work images and art of they've created or anything, but this one I'm making an exception for because A, it's my server, I can make the rules and change them however I please, and B, it's admiration of art. Go look at the pretty dicks. And in my defense, the mushrooms just look like mushrooms. But they're so cute! God, like, their rainbow pores are amazing. I don't know how they do it. I would love to shadow under them. Like, I would love to work for this company just to learn the methods that they're using. DM'd you the Mama Gen OC since I'm not sure just how safe for work it is in show and tell. You say, immediately after I have shared adult toys. Ooh, I love that color combination. The ocean, like, water... What is it? What is the sun rays? What is the name of the water reflections like that? That's like the perfect blue-yellow color palette. The new term, fung butt. You know there's a butt fungus, right? Or, not a fungus, it's a plant, though. Look, they're adorable. Little butt plants. That's just what they look like. They come in all sorts of different colors.
Bet I can smash that.
Don't smash the butt plant. Okay. Can you tell I really don't want to do these pants? Alright, so that only seems to go down. Not very far. I don't think we're even going to need the top part. Local raptor develops anti-pants policy. You know, I have a character, one of my oldest characters at this point. He's a scarecrow. And is always just kind of had the attire of, like, baggy t-shirt, no pants. And I have a picture from when I was very little. And it's him standing in front of this blazing inferno. And O Fortuna playing in the background. It's just a bonfire of pants. Thankfully, we don't have to worry about any of these, like, not lining up, because there's no seams to really match. So now you have baggy pants, no t-shirt. Frag origins. It's all come full circle. All right, we need the highlight. And where does our highlight take place? Quite a lot of distance. 4 above the knee. Maybe 2 or 3 below. Okay. That would help if I knew more about what should go there, but sure. Oh crap, where's the knee on the back? Hmm. Can't go straight across for this one. Oh boy. Ads are gonna start in 1 minute here. And I think I might just wing it. And do my best to go in with a blur. I know it's roughly through here. What did I say? 4 above the knee? 1, 2, 3. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. And like 2 below? 1, 2. Let's go to the 3rd. Potentially. Oh boy. Where the fuck is our knee? You're not the knee. You're the knee. Okay. So you're the second one above the short one. Wah! Hydrate? More like, hi, Eldersaurus. That was terrible. That wasn't even a joke. That was just words. Thank you for the reminder to hydrate, Eldersaurus. How you doing? Ah! Oh my god, that was so loud. Why was it so loud? I'm gonna wake up my mom screaming one of these nights. Oh dear. Hold on, something's not right here. Well, I think I hecked up a bit. Maybe. Actually, we need 2 below that one. At least 2 below, maybe. Okay. How high up? One, 2, 3, 4. About 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We're gonna go a little bit above. And hopefully that's good. Why does it not line up? Have you seen Knights of Guinevere yet? Yes. Yes, 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 and it looks so good. I'm so excited for this. Like, they have really, really outdone themselves. I don't suppose if you are, you might be all right for me to ask, what's your favorite anxiety coping mechanism? That's a very good question. Probably just my animals. Which is not really a luxury that everyone can have. And I'm very thankful that I've been able to have the emotional support of my animals. But that's really been one of the most grounding things for me is whenever I do have a lot of anxiety is to just sit with a cat or a dog. Something about that helps bring me back down to peace. Outside of being dependent on another entity, though. I don't know if I would say it's an anxiety coping mechanism. I guess it could be used as one. It feels cliche to say, but one of the most helpful things for me with my mental health is to sit down and tell myself, what can I control? What can't I control? And that helps me a lot for making peace with things that I'm anxious over, because sometimes I'm really anxious about something that I can't do anything about. And when that's the case, then being anxious about it doesn't necessarily help at all. And I'm more easily able to kind of address that and I don't know. It's like I'm able to push myself out of the anxiety and into the, okay, this is what's going to happen here, or I don't know what's going to happen here. Whatever it is that's happening with this specific thing, there's nothing that I can do that can change or affect it. So all I'm doing is stressing, and stressing's not helping me. So I should shift gears and focus on something that I can do for me to help regulate my nervous system. And sometimes that's just sitting down and listening to some calming music. Sometimes that's having a little treat, drinking water. Sometimes it's just sitting quietly in a dark room and not being around any other people. I guess mindfulness would be the best way to cover all of that. Just trying to practice mindfulness. Oh no, Mime! I'm so sorry for whatever's going on for you right now. Sometimes just needing somebody to talk to can help ground you. Or having somebody to talk. Needing and having are two different things. I mean, I'll be honest with you guys. I've got nothing to hide when it comes to mental health. I've been going through the ringer for my whole life now. But it's one of those things where sometimes the more open we are about it, the easier it can be for others. I've had times here before where I've actually started to break down midstream and I've had to go to the away screen and reach out to trusted people that I knew would understand what I'm going through. You can take a guess who. Obviously Rosie. But yeah, shortly after I had started streaming, there were a couple of complications, and I've definitely had some experiences that have shown me who some real friends are and who aren't. And through that, it made me very aware of just kind of what I need to focus on for me when I'm doing this. And also that there were a lot of things I still hadn't worked through. A lot of my people pleasing. I would catch myself several times, like just focusing on one or two people in the chat because they were the ones demanding my attention. And then I would get frustrated because I'm not doing anything that I want to be doing. I'm talking with you right now back and forth, Mime, because I don't mind. I want to talk to you about this. So, and I'm also actively avoiding working on these pants. It's mutually self-destructive. But yeah, no, one of my fear instincts used to be to, like, if somebody's demanding my attention, I wouldn't run away from that. I would, if anything, double down and give them twice as much because they wouldn't get mad at me that way. You can't get mad at me for not paying attention to you if I'm only paying attention to you. But that was a fawn response, and it took a while for me to be aware of that, and sitting down and recognizing, oh my god, I'm having a panic attack, and nothing's happening right now. All I'm doing is interacting with people, but it's because I was realizing that I wasn't in control of myself. I was doing things to appease somebody else because I was afraid, and I needed to stop and recognize that and process it and sit down with somebody trusted and be like, okay, let's figure this out. Let's calm down, let's get grounded. And then let's think about it, because obviously something's happening. Something's made me uncomfortable. And that's our motto around here. If it makes you uncomfortable, then there's obviously something we need to unpack about it. Time is the biggest enemy when it comes to anxiety, because anxiety always says it's got to happen now. The bad thing, it's happening now. Our response to the bad thing is happening now. And we need to know what to do about that now. Everything right now. And that's the part that just is the total, like, blow up. And the hardest part about it is being able to stop and say, okay, whatever's happening, it's going to keep happening. It's still going to be happening 5 minutes from now. So let's take this 5 minutes and focus on what we can do to get ourselves into a position where we can deal with that. Years of therapy. I too fear not giving people the right amount of attention while hosting. It's tough. It's very tough, but I'm lucky. I got very lucky with all of you guys. Right now, right? I'm glad you found some strategies that work for you. That's important. Yeah. And what strategies work for me might not work for other people. Everybody's got different stuff, different brains. Thank you. Sorry, I know there's an alert on your channel about not dragging stuff or such, but hon, that is not meant for people like you. That is not meant for people who are just gonna talk about stuff like this right now. That comment is purely there for the people who like to show up out of nowhere, who have never been here before and are like, hi, I'm new. My dad beats me. Also, my mom's an alcoholic. Also, my grandma shot a man. He's buried in our backyard. Also, I watched my sister eat a whole human being alive. Like, okay, can we know your name first? I have happened. Sorry, my mic cut out for a second there. Is this from actual experience? Yes. I'm not joking. I have had a situation multiple times where it's become a running joke amongst me and my friends where people will just show up and immediately turn to me and go full trauma dump therapy mode after we've never even, like, we have just locked eyes for the first time ever. The "my dad beats me" comment was an actual thing that happened. I was in VRChat. We went to this cute little bakery world. We were playing around making dough balls and making different types of fucking like baked goods. And the guy showed up to join us and like cornered me and was like, "Hey, so my dad's like really fucking abusive and he beat the shit out of me the other day." And it's like, what? Do you want some bread for this troubling time? Like, what? Like, cowabummer, dude. What do you want me to do about it? I'm sorry that that's something you're going through. Obviously, I hope it's not happening again. But what do you want me to do? I'm sorry. And then the same thing happened with another person who, and we're friends. I do know this other person better, but like we hadn't seen each other in a while and they had joined in to say hi. And immediately they were like, "Hi, oh, it's good to see you again. Yeah, so I got a new boyfriend. He's kind of a piece of shit, but like, you know," and we got into this big argument the other day and then he was saying this and then I said that and then he was like, "No, well, I'm going to break up with you." And then said the other thing and like just unloaded all of this relationship drama onto me. And it's like, "Hi, I had a salad today." Dealt with that a little bit on YouTube, but so far not on Twitch. Sounds like you have my issue. You have a friendly face that people feel comfortable opening up to. Yes, that is very much the case. That, and I'm also very, I'm a big advocate for mental health. I'm a big advocate for talking about your traumas and for normalizing these sort of things, but there is a time and place, and we have to do it within reason and with being respectful towards other people's boundaries. You don't just show up in a bakery world. You don't just go to Subway with your friend that you're seeing for the first time since summer school back in fucking 08 and introduce yourself to the conversation like that. "Sir, this is the Wendy's." Yeah, perspective. Yeah. No, Mom, you are perfectly fine. You have been nothing but a delight in every encounter I've ever had with you. If you are dealing with a little bit of trauma or a little bit of anxiety or you're having a full-blown fucking panic attack, that is okay. We are here for you. Isn't something in show and tell that reminded me of you? Uh-oh. Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down. Exactly, yes. Don't drive your bike indoors. I'm sleepy but want to continue watching the stream. I will do my best to hurry up here and finish with these pants. I know, I'm taking forever on it. Popple must feed. I feel like this isn't... Maybe this is going up high enough. I don't know. I don't feel like it is. Well, we'll try it on and find out. Let's see how similar it gets. Weh? Wah! Wah!
Eldersaurus_fan just subscribed for 1 month. Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Eldersaurus_fan.
Aw! Thank you, Mime!
Katsu Drawn just subscribed for 1 month.
Well, wow!
Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1
Damn,
sub
those teeth
to
made it all the way over to me!
Sleepy Blue Alive just subscribed for 1 month.
Wait.
Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Sleepy Blue Live.
Wait, hold on, what?
Few Heartbreaker Fox just subscribed for 1 month.
What does...
Mind
What?
gifted a
Wait!
tier 1
Mime!
sub to Fur
What did you
Heartbreaker
do?
Fox.
This is the first time we've ever gotten an extra spicy
Catalyst Stage
gumball!
just subscribed for 1 month. Morbid Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Catalyst Stage. Morbid Mime just cheered 1,202 bits.
Mime! Hold on. I'm gonna make Popple a little bigger so we can see that up close, because I completely forgot about the extra spicy gumball. Get over here, buddy. Hold on, can we make you even bigger? This is gonna break him. There it is. It's the one right under his eyeball. It was the... Hold on, I'll get the clip for you. I believe this was a suggestion from Satan. Or animated Satan. There we go. By the powers of naughtiness, I command this particular drop of hot sauce to be really, really hot. The spiciest of gumballs. But goddamn, thank you so much, Mime. That is amazing. You have been very charitable. Let me shrink down our boy again. And all of his many newly acquired eyes. Is that where you were? That's close enough. Thank you, baby! Let's see, who even ended up getting subs? Foe, Eldersaurus, Katsu, Blue. Wait, Foe again? And Cat. Alright, I know some of you are still here listening, so you know our rule of thumb. If you are a receiver of a gifted sub, it is now your duty to pay that joy forward. And you are being tasked with just that. You are going to have to go out of your way, probably not tonight because it's already 1:30 or 1:10 a.m. for me right now. Probably late for many of you at this point. But you must pay it forward and do something nice to somebody else to put a smile on their face. It doesn't have to be anything of monetary value either. Something as simple as giving a compliment. said Gene Wilder. I'm pretty sure everything that they did back then was Tom Kenny. Done with mod duties for the night. Yay! You deserve to relax, Kirk. Posted my sketch. I will finish it sometime later. Let's go see. Oh my god! Oh, he's amazing! The eyes are so scary, but I love that. Oh, man. Now you got my brain gears turning. I kind of really want to model that. I haven't even finished his regular model. That is so cool. I love that eye gizmo that you came up with. I can't say anything set in stone because I know me. But I really like the idea of modeling that one day. Especially with the cockeyed. I would love to have him frog blink and have one eye blink at a separate time from the other. And like just have them kind of look in different directions like a chameleon. Almost at a year here lurking, and when I have hard times, the frag brings me joy. Aww. Gotta hop off and fix what little sleep schedule I have. Honestly, we really... I need to stop yapping so we can do that ourselves. I mod for a lot of channels. I believe that. And you're a good mod at that. Oh my god, the new emote from that hype train. I feel like I'm gonna have to redo that one for Popple. Respectfully, no. 10:30 where you live? Oh man. Time travelers. Alright. I'm gonna lock in. We've got our 80s funk music going. It's time. We've gotta lock in. So let's go ahead and see the red. Not you. I don't think we need Eclipse out anymore. We're just doing the pants. If all I do here is the stripes, that's fine. Because we can worry about the gradient on them later. We live in the past! Later, Ink Bleeder! I'll keep you posted on whether or not I hear back from Rosie about streaming Deltarune this weekend. I'm pulling the teeth. It's gonna happen. She's obsessed with Spamtenna. She's gonna break one of these days. I want to see your thoughts on chapter 4 because holy shit. I know, like, the longer it's been, the more hyped up I'm getting to play it. Like, Rosie's the one creating artificial hype now. I wasn't interested at all before, but now it's like, oh, I've been teased. I'm just gonna kind of wing it here. I don't think that we need to be as precise as I've been doing. Did I even do a highlight on the red? Vaguely. Well, what a pain for myself I've created. Oops. Sometimes I would really like to be one of those people who happens to come across my stream in the browsing tab. Just to be able to see, like, what thoughts go through their heads. Because, like, what? We're just staring at pants all day. I'll just say that one of the BG characters in Undertale shot up to one of my favorites because of Chapter 4, and I won't say who. Oh. Well, shit. If it's... What's his name? The fire guy from the bar. The fuck was his name? Grillby. I swear to God, if Grillby makes a comeback, I'm gonna lose my shit. Just came back out of the shower and I got a sub. You did, thanks to Morbid Mime. Dude, day I came across your stream is one of the best. Aww. And I came across your streams because you tagged Bendy and the Ink Machine over on Blue Sky. Really? I'm always surprised whenever somebody comes from Blue Sky or Twitter because I feel like I never, like, reach anybody. The tag systems on just about any social media are... they're not the best. When I finish FNAF Popple, I'm gonna make his eyes work on a guide rail and threaded rod movement system. Shit, that's such a cool idea! Didn't know you had such love for Grillby. I have, like, mixed feelings towards Grillby. Because I like him, and then the fandom happened. And the fandom turned him into, like, weird Tumblr sexy man material. But then at the same time, he kind of already is, like, the weird Tumblr sexy man material. I don't know, I just think he's neat. But I feel like he's always targeted by the Tumblr sexy man stuff. I guess as people are saying, that is hella colorful. It is very colorful. I didn't realize how much space my UI took up compared to other people. Not a bad thing, though. I feel like we've made it work pretty well. It will make the gumballs greasy, but it's all part of the FNAF scrunch. Alright, so in all reality, though, I really need to deep clean the IRL Popple gumball machine that I have, because it's an authentic gumball machine. It was actively used. So he actually was used in probably someone's, like, mom and pop corner shop, because he's definitely got smoke damage. The dome itself has yellowed from tobacco smoke over time. Because it's an acrylic dome. Acrylic is a porous, or not porous, but it's porous enough that it will absorb that. So he's kind of just permanently died that way. And he's sticky as hell in the inside. Like, all of the mechanics, even the place where, like, the coins would be stored, is sticky. He needs a bath, he does. Except I don't know what he's sticky with. Like, it doesn't feel like sugar. It's like grease from the internal mechanics, and sugar from the gumballs, and God knows what. Old grease can get sticky. Yeah. I need, like, he's perfectly in good condition, but I do still need to get a lock to replace the one that he came with. He has his original lock, but not his original key. And apparently the only way you can go about getting a new one is to just replace the whole lock itself. It's like 25 bucks. A little bit more than I would like to spend on it. So for now, he's just kind of loosely held together. Time to get the degreasers you use for your stovetop, perhaps? Maybe. I am kind of afraid of ruining him, though. He's got some rust and water damage, so I think he may have been used more coastal. I don't know if maybe the shop that he was once in perhaps flooded at some point, or maybe just had some salty sea damage from the air. It doesn't show for the most part, but I'm always worried about the paint flaking, and I don't know. I like his authenticity. It's not like I'm using him for actual gumballs right now. If I do decide to put actual edible stuff in him, then I would take the time. Right now, he's just full of ping pong balls. Anyone who tags Bendy in the Ink Machine shows up in the feed groups that fans made for Bendy. Oh, right. I forgot about those. See, the only ones that I have subscribed to just never get updated. I don't know if they're broken or if... I should probably sit down and figure out how to make one myself. I used to make a habit of looking for streamers there because I love seeing people go through it for the first time. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, I should do that with Poppy. Wish I had a gumball machine, but I feel fucking spoiled if that happened. You know, you can get the little ones very cheap. I think it's the Carnival brand. You can find those all over the place at thrift stores for $5. I actually have a second one, Popple's the child of Popple, is what I've been calling it. But a friend had given me that one for my birthday. It's missing the little flap. Popple Jr. All right, let's get that highlighted bit. I don't even really see a highlight here, but we'll give it a shot. I'm just gonna eyeball it too. We are at the Frag is tired and doesn't want to be doing this anymore tonight, so we're just gonna fuck it up and see what happens. Bro came to me with a flashlight that was super sticky, so I took my isopropyl alcohol to it, and to both of our surprise, it took the paint off. The paint was degrading and sticky, but we fixed the problem at least. Yeah, so I've had that happening with our TV remote. I don't know what they've done to it. I've never had a TV remote do this before, but it I guess they put some kind of protective coating over it to keep the numbers and shit from fading, and it's just over time kind of turned into this gross, sticky goop. Like I can scrape it off with my fingernail. It's awful. So I ended up just doing that. I was just sitting there like with my nail, scraping the goop off. Because it was icky. But I don't know. Maybe I'm pretty sure it's possibly the plastic underneath combined with whatever sealer or paint that they used, or maybe the ink that they used or something. Something about it is degrading over time. Wish my stores had those. Everything's been disappearing as of late. I've noticed that a lot of the gumball industry is actually, I watched a video on it not too long ago. But COVID has just about tanked the gumball industry. Hold on, let me find it. There we go. This is Weird Food History. Or Weird History of Food. This was from 5 months ago. So when I said not too long ago, I meant almost half a year ago. But yeah, it was a neat little informative thing to watch. Hey, Kevin. Hope you're having a good night. So close to Fagore, but dance break has me curious. Next time on Frag Getting Sleepy on Modeling, brought to you by... I don't know, I hate sponsors. Brought to you by me. I'm my own sponsor. Brought to you by Fragco. No, that sounds like a skeezy business. Don't trust anything called Fragco. Man, next to slap bass, saxophone really is one of the sexiest instruments. All right. How do we feel about that? Oops. Subtle highlight. Now we need to do the outlines. Napter sleep aid helps birds get the early worm. Screw Fagore, you're up so late. Good, my cat's played a prank on me. Uh-oh. Just saw the knight's art. Was that when I brought up Riala to Rose the other day? Yeah! It's definitely some old art at this point, but I'd love to get back into drawing knights. I'd like to try and draw them a little bit more on model. I like the pointiness of the chins that I gave them, but I don't know, I like the roundness of their faces too. They work in a lot of different styles. Fragco Industries, where we send people to pick your pockets while you're buying our products. Hydrate and stretch renewed recently? Do it anyway? I'll do a free hydrate just for you. All right, let's finish this up. How did we do this before? Dilate the selection a bit. Not by a whole lot. We really didn't use much, and these UVs don't have overspill, so gotta be gentle with it. Just how much is this going into the overspill? Oh, like hardly at all. Okay. That should be fine. That is not the correct color. Because we used the regular dark color and set it to a multiply, that's why. multiply at 50%. Was it 50?
Did you remember to save all of your files?
We will save in just a moment. I have to make sure that this is correct. Whee! Noticing that the hydrate and stretch redeems aren't working right now. Let's see. Oh, that's because you guys have maxed them out. This is a first. You have completely maxed out the hydrate and stretch. I don't even remember what they were set to. But yeah, I think I had set it to like what I thought was a ridiculous number. And you have managed to succeed in reaching that. Congratulations. Health for Raptor. I'm very hydrated and limber. I am the most flexible raptor in all of Twitch. Okay, no, we don't want... Hold on. Little spot up here we don't want. That happened yesterday too? Good God. Definitely explains why I've had to stop between breaks. We don't want this on that upper leg, or we're going to end up with a very visible seam. I guess I should have probably pushed these out to the edges a little better, but oh well. Oh, Snapmas, that was my first bit redeem. Was it worth it to fill Popple full of eyes? He's such a spoopy guy now. Where can I exchange my Parco Fagore punch card for a free redeem? Might want to double the number if people are going to max it out. I don't know. I can only hold so much water. Not that that matters now. What a way to end the night. Sing along if you know the lyrics. Do 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 chee 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 whoop bye boing boing chee 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 whoop bye boing boing. Hey, come on! Moge 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 chee chee wo moge moge. Yay! Thank you, Kevin. What the hell is this? That is a visit from our dearly beloved Parco Fagore. He's only the most amazing pop star of all time. The best thing you'll ever see beyond, you know, Frag's art. I cannot take remarks like that seriously when I have been staring at nothing but clown pants for this long. Actually, I've realized I've doubled this by mistake because we don't actually need it on this side, and that's going to mess us up when we go to flip it. So we will erase that and erase this. Okay. And now we should be able to... we're going to do that after. Just because I don't want to mess it up. It's being weird. Okay, and we're going to blur. Okay. Now we can delete this side. And that should do it for the yellow. Just have to do the same thing for the red. And then we'll mirror it. And whether it lines up or not, I probably won't bother. Put on some Tism music while staring at the clown pants. I don't think I could handle that. The fucking daycare music on loop again. Especially bewildered at the sudden CD cover of the guy grabbing breasts. See, the fun fact is, that is Parco Fagore, who is a celebrity in an anime called Zatch Bell. And that was one of my favorite animes as a kid. And I mean kid. Child. Not teen. Kid. That scene was brought to America, and they didn't know what to do with it because it was being translated at the time by 4Kids TV. And as you might have guessed, the song is all about boobs. The lyrics are literally pretty much just boobs, boobs, grab the boobs, boing, 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 squishy boobs. Like that. That's just the whole song. And so when they brought it to... And there's a whole character that they cut out, too. There's a whole character that didn't make it into the American version that was with him at the time, who just... Her thing was just having huge boobs and bouncing her boobs. And they brought it here in America, and they were like, what do we do? So the American version of that song is, hey, hey, let's dance all day, boing, boing. But I prefer the classic version of chi, 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 opai, boing, boing. Mamoto's, yeah. Little duck one was my favorite. That's Kancame, mi little bambino. We need to select and invert. Oh, wait, no, dilate. Would buy the card game at Toys R Us, and you get a little book like from the anime. Yeah, I think Tot still has a little book like that. Schneider is still best boy. I love Schneider. I never played the card game, but I did love the fighting game, which is so funny because I've never liked fighting games. Like the kind where you have to do the combos, like button combos and stuff. I suck at them. I'm terrible with those games. But that was the only option for the Zatch Bell game. So I damn sure learned how to play because I wanted to play the game. And you know who the best character in the game is to play as? Not Parco Fagore. Why? Well, because everyone in the game fights as the Momoto. They're child fights. The little demon child. And that's great because they all have spells that do damage and shit. Conchame, on the other hand. Conchame didn't learn a lot of spells that did that. So who does the fighting for you? Why, Parco Fagore, of course. You ever try to punch a dragon with your pelvic thrusts? It doesn't work out very well. We have a positive thought from you, Kirk. There have been a lot of moments in this stream that have made my day, and it makes me more and more glad being here every stream. Aww! Never got to play the fighting game. Really wanted to, and realize I can emulate it now. I don't think you can. Weh!
Zetany_ just subscribed for 1 month.
Aw,
Morbid
Maya.
Mind gifted a tier 1 sub to Zetany_. They are given 15 gift subs in the channel.
Wow, that's a lot. Iosa. I don't think that counts as a fighting game. Or as fighting. So I don't know. There's a little bit of some secret lore here. I don't know if you'll be able to emulate it anywhere. Because there was a lot of weird shit that happened with that game. I actually went down a bit of a rabbit hole trying to figure out why I can't find any models from the game whatsoever anywhere. I found Zatch. Zatch is one of the only ones that exist. But something weird happened with that game, and all of the... I don't know if it's deliberate encryption or what, like some anti-piracy stuff that they did, but something happens when you try to get the models out. They did something that causes them to just, like, shatter into a million pieces. So no one has been able to extract the models from the game and get the game, like, up and working in modern time. Like, it's exclusively only working, or the models anyway are only working within the game and nowhere else. Trying to remove them just does not work. So if you are able to find a way to emulate it, I would love to know more. Especially because I would really like to get my hands on the Parco Fagore model. Totally not downloading it now. Referring to pelvic thrusts are punching. Oh. It is if it's a fighting game. Anything counts as a punch in a fighting game. He's got the funniest moveset! It is amazing. There's a video on YouTube titled The Disrespectful Parco Fagore, and it makes me laugh so much. Here you go. This is a treat to all y'all. I would stream it myself, but copyright. He does the whole dance. It's just fucking the pelvic thrusting. Oh, fuck. I love him so much. All right, shit. We gotta make sure this is done. Let's see. Did we go overboard with it? I think we did. I think we went a little far with that outline. That's all right. It doesn't matter now. Oops. Need to dilate that selection a bit. Maybe not that much of it. A little bit less a bit. That's good. I don't know about that one. It's awfully dark. I don't think it... We gotta go back and clean that up a little. Now I understand his noodle legs dance. Oh, we got our last ads are going to be playing here in about a minute, and afterwards I think I'm going to call it for the night because we have been going for 8 hours. Jesus Christ. I need to stop looking at clown pants. Let's fix this up. Ah! It's so much louder than I remembered it being before. Wait! Wait! No! I'm being taken by the balls! You have any idea how hard it is to breathe down there? Everything smells like old pizza and shoes. Still feels awfully harsh, but it is what it is. It's been 8 hours of streaming? Yeah! It's been a while! Anyone ever find a body in there? Oh, a couple! But don't worry, it's got its own self-regulating system there. It's a self-cleaning system. At least something down there has been eating them. I got stuck in there, I inhaled a ball. Versions that got downloaded here were updated and modified in 2020. Oh, shit! Yeah, let's hope so. Something I'd commissioned, the ball pit monster. I don't know if it's even conceivable by human eyes. I feel like it's like an eldritch beast. If we were to gaze upon it, our brains would melt. Instead of the backrooms monster, it's just the ball pit monster. Alright, let's call this here. I don't want to leave the outline of the pants blue, though. Let's just kind of... Oops.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
We're about to. Just gonna dump bucket the pants red. Or the whole page, sure. And then the pants, maybe. There we go. And lastly, we need to flatten it and flip it. Merge. There's a little bit of cleanup I would like to do behind the scenes. But we're not going to worry about that too much for right now. Right now, I just want to get the concept across, and I can clean that stuff up later at my convenience. Oh, poop. Okay, shouldn't have done that. All right, now we can duplicate it. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you guys, just trying to get this finished up here so that we can wrap things up. And I'm having a very difficult time figuring out where to drop this. That looks about right. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then we do the bottom one. Flippy flippy. Should be a little easier to get this one. Stop it. Stop it. Why are you like this? Fuck it. No, I can't use the keyboard. Does it feel off? No matter which side we're on. Interesting. That's not a good sign, actually. Doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be finished. Good enough. What's so off about you? Because you are over by 1. Better? Yes, no? Maybe? I don't know. Can you repeat the question? We'll make it work. All right, now we will delete the under layer. Okay. Merge them together. Copy. And then we're going to undo all of that. So we're going to undo it until all of the stripes were separate again. And the reason for that is because there's a lot of tiny little bits here that I want to just go in and, like, see how pixely that edge is? I want to go in and kind of soften that a little bit. Just little stuff like that. So I want to retain all of that information on our layered file. But we've already got the final of our test run. So savey save. Watch there be some ridiculously glaring issue. All right, hop on over to Blender. These are Sun's pants. Now there's no pants. Eclipse pants. I didn't realize. I didn't realize we were looking at the butt. I was really startled by what looked to be a chastity lock that appeared on his crotch. It's just the bell. Calm down. Jesus Christ. I'm so brain dead today, y'all. Also, thank you for the posture check, Kurt. I'm sorry I haven't read any of what you guys have said over there. I just want to make sure that this is good. So we will reload this and hopefully the gradient will look nice. Wait!
Morbid Mime just cheered 1,202 bits.
That's 2 spicy gumballs! Mime! Okay, I have to stop for the night. Because Mime's gonna keep going. Here, we reload. Oh, look! Fun, fancy, nice texture! Oh, so beautiful! Except that part needs a little bit of fixing, but that's fine! We won't worry about that! We compare it to Sun's pants underneath. Oh, it's almost perfect. In fact, it's so almost perfect, I don't think I'm gonna bother to adjust it. I think it's good. Feast, Popple, feast! Alright, well, that's a good spot. We just have to do the gradient and figure out how I want to do that, how I want that to look, and then it should be... I don't think there's anything else that Eclipse needs, except maybe... Maybe a glowing version for these wrists, or lower forearm area, because I feel like that's a very iconic part. That really stood out to me with him. I'm acting like we still have our reference picture here. Alright, let me come up here and see what you guys have said. Finishing up a Dino Cyborg Kaiju Titan deity, Typhoon King of Monsters. I'll see if I can post him later, or if you want to stop by tomorrow, Frag. Yeah, absolutely! Keep getting military ads as of late, which scare me. Ugh, no. None of that. Holy moly, I hope you have the best rest ever. Getting to enjoy Frag content so late in the night has been an epic delight. Thank you, baby! Flops didn't see stream today. Tooth was bugging me, and I tried sleeping earlier today. It didn't go very well. Aw. I'm sorry to hear about your tooth, Satani. I hope that it stops hurting soon. If anything, I really hope it's not, like, infected or anything. I've been there, done that. Fucking tooth infections suck. No, Zatani. Blessings on your tooth. I really hope that you have a dentist appointment for that, though. Teeth pain is the fucking worst. Yeah, it really is. Good, you do have a doctor's appointment. Or dentist appointment. Same difference. I'd buy that off you as is. I can't imagine more. Well, I can, but... Shattered molar. Oh, shit.
One can now hatch from their egg.
Aw. Thank you for the follow, Jibug. G-Bug? Jabug. That I'm probably missing it, but I see you working on so many VR Abbeys. Is there a purchase place? Yes! Let's see if I got this set up. Hell yeah! Ah. But yeah, all of my stuff's available that I currently have available on Ko-fi, and as of hopefully this weekend, Dog Day and Doughy should be added. I've got just about everything wrapped up on them. The only thing I need to do is make sure that the package has been completely exported and get everything uploaded. But then after Dog Day and Doughy, Smoon will be going up next, and then I want to say the player will be after that, but I don't know about the player. Admittedly, I've come into some issues with the animations for that one, and I'm just not really happy with how it's coming. So I gotta rework some of that. There's kind of a lot of complicated gizmos and gadgets I was doing with it. But yeah, let's get off of the clown pants here and look at the clown himself to end things off. Let's jump back over here to... Where's our other stuff? Where's our window? I'm dying, Squirtle. Did not expect you to be streaming still. Me either, foe. I said I was going to go a little later, but this is definitely a lot later than I was expecting. But hey, look, we got him done. Well, close to done. Done enough. Brain's beginning to shut down, though. Me too. I've been dealing with it for the last 6 months. Ugh. After 2 days, it stopped hurting, and it's been waiting on an appointment for another location, but it's still 3 months out. Last Thursday, it hurt again, and I called around in my insurance network and got in with another place on the 14th. Thank God for that. That sounds exactly like what I went through when I had to get my wisdom teeth pulled. There are models I've seen you work on that I would buy, but this one! This one! I'm excited to hear that, because truthfully, I've always been very insecure about my style for how I model things. I feel like because I don't really go for the conventionally attractive designs, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm flopping in the water. I feel like people just aren't really as attracted to it, but that's okay. I know that the people who do like my models do like my models. And it's hard to come by, finding an artist who will just make something stylized and not sexualized. It's okay to do both, too. But let's get shit done here. Let's wrap this up. What's our closing stuff? Do we have anything else we need to do? Not really. Okay, let's go over it for the weekend. Saturday and Sunday are up in the air currently. So we may be doing Deltarune most likely on Sunday, and I'm gonna say probably around 6 or 7-ish if we do. I would like to aim for my usual time frame of 5 to 11, but I know Rosie has been struggling a lot with her sleep schedule, especially since she's been staying at Craven's. So it might just kind of have to wait further for that if we do actually manage to stream on Sunday. You will definitely see in the Discord an alert about that, if and when we are ready for it. As for next week, we have our starting of the week on the last day of September. That will be our 2D Tuesday. I don't know if we're going to go back to working on the picture that is of Moss and Popple, or if I will be taking a little bit of a break to work on some sprite work for Popple's sprite down there, because I know we left that kind of in an awkward spot. I don't really like that he's been a sketch for over a year now. So we will see about that one. Nothing's really set in stone other than I will be hopefully streaming that day. Wednesday is our first Wicked Wednesday, where we are going to start doing some spoopy games. I don't know what we have in store for that, if we're going to do some social games or if we're going to start right off the bat with some kind of story-driven horror game. Either way, I'm super excited for it. I can't wait to do this with you guys. This has been something I've been building up for all year. And then 3D Thursday, of course, we'll be working on more Avatar work. We might be doing pure Unity work at this point. Just depends on what I'm able to pick at on Smoon for the time being. But let's see now. Where would we like to go? Whoa, Boko, hi! You just jumped up on my desk and scared me. Really, really do want this one. Oh! I'm so excited. Surprisingly still remember the entire... What? It's time once again! Our third Parka Fagore of the day. The last one squeezing in last minute here. Da chi 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 wop by a boing boing. Chi-chi-chi-wampai. Boing, boing.
Hey, come on!
Moge, 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 moge. Chi-chi-wa-moge. Moge! Thank you so much for our third Park of Agore! Weh! Gotta lift this cat out of my way. Alrighty. Let's get you guys somewhere else. Now, I know we've been doing art all day, but I've noticed that someone here on my list is playing The Forest. Oh, poo. They've been at it for over 5 hours, though. I don't know how much longer they're going to go. Fuck it. We'll still stop in and say hi, because this is a game that I would actually like to play a little bit myself. I have it. I've been wanting to play it on stream, but I'm kind of too much of a chicken to play it alone. So I'm trying to get some friends together who might be willing to join me on that. But we are going to go say hi to Stevie Skeletoon. They are someone that I met through Rosie. They are part of a Skelly crew. And they have had a very wonderful personality. I have enjoyed sitting in and listening on to their streams when I'm able to. The Forest, yeah! It's a scary game. Sons of the Forest is the sequel to it, and I don't actually know anything about that one, so I would love to find out what the, like, continued plot is, because it's a fucked up game. Like, there's some crazy shit that happens in it, man. Body horror galore. Let's grab our raid message here. There we are. You can copy and paste that when you get there if you feel like it. You don't have to. Need some dudes keeping you company while you play spooky games? Perhaps. But we shall see as the month unfolds. I have no idea what games we're going to be getting into. But yeah, we don't have much time left here. I'm going to wrap this up quick. I love you guys so much. Thank you all for hanging out with me today, yesterday, this whole week. And I will see you guys again next week. I love you all. Goodbye.